All right, now that I got your attention, hello, welcome to the stream. We are joined today by special guest, Foxcade.
Hey,
what's up,
how's
buddy?
it going?
What's up?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Not too bad. Always a pleasure. Last time you joined us, we were dragged down to card game hell.
Yeah.
And
I do think back on that stream. I was like, I really just threw them to the wolves on that one. But I think we had fun.
And we did learn through that. At least I learned that I'm like, oh fuck, Vanquish Souls is kind of cool.
After a recent big project I had to put out, I treated myself and I bought that deck in physical, even though it's been pricey for a while.
Let's go.
Because it got off the ban list. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna treat myself and go buy that, and I'm gonna go hit up a locals. So I was like, hell yeah.
Oh, you went to a local?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It went good. It went for, drunk driving that deck and just being like, okay, I'm still trying to remember the lines, and it's like not automated like it is on a digital sim.
Okay.
So I have to remember like, okay, this is how this works and da. I did okay. I did respectable for first time going to locals in a minute.
Okay.
Did you win one match?
Oh, I won a couple.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
I won like 2-2. So
That's
it's
good.
like,
Oh, that's very respectable.
all right.
Okay.
Did anyone have proxies?
No, that's not a thing Yu-Gi-Oh really does.
That's
if
only
someone
Magic.
if someone did, I would not have a problem with it.
Okay.
But that is much more of a Magic thing, because Yu-Gi-Oh reprints the hell out of their stuff.
Because we've been discussing proxies on CSB for a couple weeks now, and it's something that I kind of didn't really know as much about, but I like the whole thing with like buy to win philosophy. It feels like, oh, but if you just want to play the game, just fucking play it. And I'm like, oh, that's a pretty solid way to do that.
If someone brought proxies to me, or if it was like I was at a locals and someone had proxies, I'd be like, hell yeah. Like, I would not have a problem with it. I think it's a little bit less okay if you're bringing it to like a tournament setting, but that's more because it's like there's an official rules going on. But if you're just having fun at locals, like, who cares?
Okay, yeah. And
Except the tryhards.
Exactly. That people will have their own rules. Well, I paid $80 for this playset of these cards, and you're bringing something you got for free. That's not fair. Blah blah blah.
And buying the Vanquish Souls was the that's for the flex though.
That's for me. That's for me.
That's for you. Yes. All right. Well, I mean, I'm sure you if you haven't noted, but the entire opening salvo right there was fucking banger ass DMC video.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
That was very cool.
Actually, very quick, funny story, because it happened to me last night. I noticed you got a few people on you about Deadlock recently and going, hey, check out this Virgil.
Yes. Yes, there was that. Now, that's funny because I played Deadlock on the channel already.
Oh, you did? Okay,
yeah,
I missed that.
I did a stream checking it out, and I played it, and didn't we?
Are you sure it was Deadlock, or were you sure it wasn't something else?
I guess I must have deleted that from my mind, yeah.
Did we not play Deadlock on the channel?
Yeah.
It was that. Okay, chat is saying you did play Deadlock. Okay.
Solo.
You were not here.
Okay. Yeah, it was just you.
That's possible.
Yes, you were not here, but I did do a Deadlock stream, and I got to figure out how to play and a little bit of the ins and outs. And then someone sent me a video where it's like, here's a dude with a sword doing
who does like
delayed
1,000
slash thing.
Yeah.
Play fucking Bury the Light, and I'm like, what are we doing?
Because I saw your post that was like, this is the least Virgil thing I've ever seen set to Virgil's music. And I was thinking about it because it's like, yeah, like the character doesn't use a gun, which is kind of like a Virgil thing. Like, instead of shooting, he just like shoots at slashes. But other than that, it's like, yeah, he's got like the 1,000 cuts ability, but it's like is that all it takes to be Virgil? But I was thinking about that last night because I was doing some games of Deadlock, and I got cued into someone playing that character going, oh, I'm Virgiling out. Like, they were like really committing to it, and I was like, you know what, they're having their fun. I'm not gonna say anything. But mid game, they're like, do you guys think that they're gonna fuck up Virgil in that new DMC show? And I was like, I had not said anything all game, but I went into all chat, and I was like, yeah, considering the only thing we've seen of him is fighting in front of the Washington Monument, I don't know. And then I get back a response, yo, if you're that Foxcade, good video.
Okay. Oh, there
and
you
I just
go.
sent back like a smiley face.
God, yeah. All right. I mean, the first part, the second half, you had me in the first half, not gonna lie, but I think it's time to start gatekeeping motivation.
A little bit.
I think we need to gatekeep motivation.
Wow.
I think it's getting out of hand, and I've been definitely like looking at the Virgil's Daughters thing, right? Which is Virgil's Daughters is like in all these MOBA character action games,
right?
Or rather, mobile character action games.
Yes,
you've been seeing characters that do judgment cuts and a bunch of things that are definitely inspired by him, and Punishing Grey Raven has characters like that. Zenless Zone Zero has characters like that. All these different characters, and they go, oh, Virgil's many daughters. All these like EI / style characters, right? So,
where do you think Blade in Rivals falls?
Okay, so they literally give him the lines to show you that it's an homage as well. So I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that one,
right?
Okay.
Like from what I remember of the kit, it seemed like there were like 3 or 4 blatantly like we're specifically trying to make this a clear homage, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I get it. That's there. But you can't just grab random rape your asshole.
Because aesthetically, Apollo is not really Virgil.
Yeah,
it's like,
and the person
like if you want to argue it, I'm
like,
not going
to
fight you too much. But...
and he's got a demon. I don't. Whatever. All right, enough. Regardless.
Just had to bring that up because I had that last night. I was like, I gotta mention this to Wolves on stream.
Okay.
Y'all are already gatekeeping Virgil.
Oh yeah, we will, and we will continue.
Yeah.
It's just what it is, man. You haven't, I don't know, found any like. You haven't found your door being knocked on in the middle of the night, and then like
not yet,
and then like mascara had the handle or anything like that.
No, not yet.
Mr. Shankar has not tried to find your location.
No, not yet. Okay. I don't have anything concrete. I get the strong impression he has heard about the video, if not seen it. I'd be shocked if that didn't get back.
So here's the thing about narcissists, Shane. If you make a video about one, they're gonna see it.
Yeah.
That being said, I feel like you were also very fair and unassuming. You had a very neutral and open-minded tone for things that were smoking guns.
They're very easy. I could very easily be like angry about it, be like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And I was like, "Pick up the."
Yeah.
You can't be at 100% all the time.
Go for the loudest funny.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah. This person is wrong, but also loud. So who knows? Yeah. Okay. Well, let me give you your flowers there. Also, a couple people. What's up, Kala Chris? Thank you very much for your support. Appreciate you. Cheers. Hope you enjoy the show. War Dog Leader 15. What an ominous stream title. I can't wait. Indeed. What could it be? Scud Nate. How you doing? Scott Nate, rather. Speaking of holes, hey, I am deep into the hole that is called Deadlock at the moment. They just added a new batch of characters. Okay, I was about to say, what's happening with Deadlock that people are talking about it now? Is it that there's like a big patch?
There was a big update a couple months ago that really like rebalanced the game a lot. And then recently they added 6 new characters, all of whom are fucking awesome.
Okay.
And it is also the contrast of watching like High Guard come out and just fizzle out, just zero sauce, really boring. And then you look at all the new characters in Deadlock and you go, oh, every one of these is like, even if you're not like, oh, I like playing this character, it's like, I appreciate they have like an aesthetic and a kit that is unique to them.
Is it out of early access yet?
Not yet, but it's like it's one of those games where it's like it's not technically, but it is fully playable. Right. It's like easy to jump in and play ranked, and it's free. So
so they've just there's a big update.
There's a big update recently.
Okay, yeah. I also heard people literally after we talked about a bunch of shit with Overwatch recently. I saw a lot of discussion around the fact that people are like they made it fun again, and people have been enjoying going.
I've been hearing Overwatch is good again. they wiped they
Overwatch 1
to wiped away that 2. That's like, oh, sorry about that smudge there.
No, the product is Overwatch. Just get on it.
Overwatch 360, Overwatch X1X, Overwatch. Yeah. In any case, speaking of holes, yeah, I've been. They just added a bunch of new characters to the game. One of them being Apollo. I saw in Blue Sky someone sent you a video of him proclaiming he's a Virgil. However, he's not. His alt is very Virgil. If you ever think about giving the game a try again, I can't help out if B show the ropes and mechanics. He'd be a low-key, be a character for you because he's a fighting game player bait. Gotcha, Scott. I think I'd be sooner coming back to Rivals because like there's more shit that I'm interested in there that I haven't checked out in a while. Deadlock, I did get it by the end of the stream, but I also understood the parts of the genre that are like just
it is a MOBA. At the end of the day, it is a MOBA. First time I played it like a year or two ago, it was when I was getting into Rivals as well, and I was immediately dying, and I was like, why can't I get this game? And my friends are like putting their hand on the shoulder like, you got to play this like a MOBA. Like there's a laning phase, you got to get your items, you got to do this. And first I was like, this is stupid.
If I may, MOBAs be doing too much. They just be doing too much.
They did, as part of their big update recently, they did add I forget what League calls it, but Deadlock calls it Street Brawl, and it is a 4v4 single lane.
Or like ARAM?
ARAM. Yeah, it's ARAM. It's ARAM in League where it's just 4-player versus 4-player, one lane. You're just fighting for the one tower, and so it's just you're always in it. You don't have to really do any item collecting. You get 3 random picks at the start where you go like, okay, I like this one, I like this one, I like this one, and then you just go. So there's no like long wait times. It's not like you're committed to like a 40-minute game where it's like, oh, we're losing, but we're not losing fast enough, so we're going to be in this game for a while. It's like, no, in Street Brawl, it's like your 15-minute max.
And if you're someone that I see here that is kind of like, if that is a sentiment that bugs you and you're like fighting games are more complicated and such, I would not describe that same thing about like a game like StarCraft. I wouldn't say StarCraft is doing too much, or any like shooters or things like that, where for the most part, it's like, the objective is go kill your enemy.
Yes.
Right? And when there's a million ways to go about that, a fighting game will do that, or a strategy game will do that, or there's many games that will have a million ways to just go kill them. That's the goal.
There's the layers underneath, but MOBAs, you have a lot of things going on at any given time.
And I do admittedly like it is just a bit of its familiarity and stuff, and I'm sure if I grew up playing a bit more of them it'd be different. But even with games like Highguard and stuff, with the multiple phases of a thing, I don't enjoy games that go through phases.
You want the direct, and you want the objective to be the same pretty much the entire way through.
Like, motherfucker, I don't even want the round 1, round 2 divide. Get back up on the spot like KI style.
You want Dark Stalkers. you want
like I want the simplicity of like, this is the goal, you have a million ways to go get there. And that's I always feel the friction of like, now this has ended, now this begins with MOBAs, right?
That's where Deadlock would lose you very fast, because and it's not even like a hard set, okay, the laning phase is done. It's kind of like a gut feeling where you kind of see like, okay, everyone's towers are kind of gone. Now you are free to kind of roam a little bit, but you have to like kind of read the room rather than it be a structured thing.
And what's fucking brilliant game design is when you make phases happen, but they happen naturally instead of through like forced timed. So Titanfall, there is a pilot phase. And then there's a Titan phase. But it happens naturally. You get your Titan at a certain point. If you get more kills, you get it first. If you're lagging, you get it later. But there will be a phase where everybody's in their Titan, and then it starts to be asymmetrical. But it's elegantly designed to have these phases bleed one into the other. The game doesn't stop you in the pilot phase and go, now beginning the Titan phase. You know, this is kind of what I'm talking about, and I much prefer that sort of thing in games, you know? Anyway, that all that to say that I did enjoy some of what I played when I did check out Deadlock, though. So
it's a cool game.
Wool, love the Woolly Hole. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Old memes. Vexelix coming. How you doing? Yo, Wooly, as much as I hate to activate mind goblins, I will say that I feel something about Neo 2. Some things about Neo 2 are worth it, like hanging out with Yasuke. That's a big deal and a big part of why I wanted to go through the Neo games. I still say 3 is better in every way, and when you're ready to jump in, I got you, fam. And you have a link to a thread. Duly noted. Thank you. All right. Yes. I was asking because we were basically talking about like the Neo 3 demo, and I was kind of wondering about like, it is true that these are quality of life games. The story is not about William anymore. It doesn't fucking matter. And I was working my way through 1, and it's pretty long, and I'm enjoying it, but I kind of got like a couple of starts and stops and starts and stops. So I was eventually going like, okay, I was wondering, can I jump to 2? And people were like, yeah, who cares about the story? Just go play, make your own custom character. And then the third game, same thing as well. But I was like, but what if there's like cool boss fights that I would miss out on? You know,
or you play 1 and then something happens in 2 that is like an homage to that, and you're kind of missing that like pop off moment. You know?
Yeah. So like, you know, if for any reason you're like someone who's like, I'm not going to play Dark Souls 2, it's like, okay, you don't do that, fine, but you're going to miss out on Knight, who's really cool.
I like you know? Started with 2, so I'm always a little bit of a 2 defender of like, I like 2. I get why people say it's the worst one, but it's also like saying it's the worst pizza. It's still pizza,
right?
You know,
Neo reuses bosses. Those bosses are in 2. They're all there. All the best ones from there. Like there's nothing lost moving forward. That'd be interesting news. The reuses are bad. Not all of them. Okay, fair enough. MDK, hell yeah! Interview with the man that cracked the 2026 Sammy Salazar.
You're gonna have to cross.
Was that the Tommy Tallarico like fake name?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what they're referencing.
Was that his fake name?
I think that might be. Yeah, I think that might be what they're referencing.
Something to that effect.
I don't know don't know how Harry deals with people talking about that video, because I got so many references to that over the last like 2 weeks. I was like, man, I can't even imagine how much Harry gets that.
I mean, well,
changed names.
I think it's like maybe a way people reference him more than a thing.
It's his new persona. I didn't watch, so I don't know what the deal is. But there's something going on with Tommy Tallarico.
Okay,
and it's embarrassing as usual.
Puff Daddy P Diddy timeline.
Snoop Lion, yeah.
All right, keep an eye on him.
The moment he shot on CVS2, I stopped caring about everything else relating to Tommy Tallarico. Like, that was it. But no, you're now the Adi Shankar guy. Right. That's the blessing and the curse. PhD in thuggery. Oh my god, it's the video essay man.
Yeah, it's me. Hey, PhD.
KYH9, how you doing? Thank you for talking about the new era on the Versus Rules podcast. I'll attribute the North America release of the movie in theaters to you. We did bring Uma Musume to North America ourselves.
Yes.
With these 2 hooves.
Yes.
So if
it wasn't for the WoolieVersus stream, people wouldn't have known about Uma Musume and, you know, Versus Wolves. That was entirely a Woolie project.
Hard confirmed.
Yeah.
Damn, TM Opera O is pretty sick though, isn't she?
Yeah. Oh, it is really impressive that got like a theatrical release in America. I did not think that was going to happen.
But it fucking deserves it.
Oh, it's something you want to see on the big screen.
What is up, Cozy HD? Dual Links. Is Duel Links better than Master Duel for beginners? Here we go.
In terms of accessibility, maybe. The problem is it's a lot more. You have to invest money.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, the long and short is you have to invest money into Duel Links, and there's a lot of stuff that you missed out on because it's really in the gacha thing. So there's stuff you missed out on because it's like, oh, that's from an event like 5 years ago. So I think just get a Master Duel. Just get a Master Duel. It's way cheaper.
Had a dream 2 nights ago that SF6 World Tour got a G rank mode where all the new fights were made to be purposely unfair, a la Omega Rugal or Shinakuma. Like NPC enemies were explicitly reading inputs and had World Tour exclusive unfair moves. That sounds fucking sick.
That would be fun.
I'd be super into that if it was just for like fun and no real, you know, like you're not hard locking bullshit behind unbeatable nonsense. I'd be super down. Absolutely. Yeah. No, that's a reason to go back and check out World Tour after not doing so for a very long time. Give me arch-tempered Luke.
Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be so good. We got to do Monster Hunter drops in Street Fighter.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
I mean, that would be an excuse to give everyone like a Shin form.
Crimson Glow Menno. Dread King Jamie. Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right.
Shin Marissa.
Listen, there's one difference. Shin Marissa, she puts the helmet on.
Yes.
That's it. Speaking of Versus Wolves, you could have combo broke John last episode because you played Superliminal. That is true. That is true. I combo break for justice though. I don't combo break for evil. But that is technically a point. Also, I've been in a hallway and I've walked down a hotel room lobby. Therefore, I have experienced a liminal space before.
with how flexible the recommendations are getting, it's like, is that really that could be a combo breaker just because I've lived?
Yeah. we're getting very abstract about it. Anyways, all right. Onto the stream then.
Onto the stream.
All right.
Down the woolly hole.
Down the woolly hole, whatever that means. Title pending. I don't know. Maybe we'll come up with a better one as we're going. But hey, have you guys ever been down an internet rabbit hole?
Oh, hell yeah.
A few in my lifetime.
Okay.
That happens.
Yeah.
Go wiki diving.
Wiki diving was a big thing. I loved that back in the day.
Oh yeah, you stopped doing that? You're too cool to wiki dive anymore? Now you're Reddit dive.
Now he's a daddy.
I am raising a child. Like, the fuck are we talking about?
You just like rock her with like your foot in their little crib while you're like,
yeah. Well, currently,
tell me about the 10th Egyptian prince.
Well, currently I'm rocking her to sleep and swiping through fucking Epstein files. So I mean, I don't know what you think. That's your current. I'm busy right now.
Dive.
He's Reddit diving. Yeah.
Okay, we're staying on top of things. Gotta know what's going on out there. All right. But that being said, I enjoy a good rabbit hole, and I do feel like there's always been, especially back in the day when I used to just be like, yeah, let me start on this random topic and see where I wind up, you know. There have been a couple of great ones back in the day. Sometimes you go to TimeCube and you just go until you get it right. And then when you eventually reveal what the truth of the matter is, you kind of come out enlightened and you go, I see. Yes. Or Catalika, the sun lady, right? The same thing. You kind of you go like, what's the deal with okay.
Those are the satisfying, like, where it finally clicks and you're like, oh, this is an insane person.
I mean, there's of course, right? Sometimes I remember like at one point, like I just clicked on the string theory entry in Wikipedia and then got brought down the road to M-brains and then to, you know, like it was my first introduction to like observation of particles and waves and all that stuff, and then going and like, what is my most layman's outsider understanding of this thing? And then where do I wind up? And then like, ooh, someone has a cool name. What's that over there? And then we're talking about what different dimensional theories and representations are. And it was like, that was a fun, you know, night. Just going.
I like your rabbit holes are a lot more scientific, because a lot of the time I think in recent years mine are a lot more like, okay, why is this person in shit?
Oh,
mine's a lot more like drama hog.
Okay.
Oh, why is this guy
clucking hens?
I'm looking through. It's like,
water
okay, what do you do?
Shit. Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, look, I you know, it's whatever you're drawn towards, whatever you got time for, I suppose. But back in the day, I used to do those, and then there were some fun ones too. Like I remember going deep into the Principality of Sealand, right? Which was
I don't know about this.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
this is news.
Put a bookmark in that. All right, put a bookmark in that. All that to say that rabbit holes are a really fun thing, and I feel like, you know, in recent years I haven't had a chance to really enjoy them as much as I used to. However, I have discovered there's basically a Reddit group that goes into rabbit holes and starts just researching topics and going into stuff, and I thought, this looks pretty cool. This might be fun to do on stream. Is to just go into some...
We need to commodify interests.
I think there's something to just learning about some random shit.
Oh yeah.
Right? Now, the other day we did a chill stream, and at some point we were just like, yo, what the fuck is up with curling?
Yeah.
Right? And then we went into like learning about that. That was a little bit of one, you know.
So was it like, I missed that. Was it just like start from like how do you play curling, or is it just...
I think we started because I basically me and a friend back in our QA days, we had an idea for a curling themed manga, and like I have artwork of it that was like, you know, saved, and we basically started describing that idea, and then we're getting into like, wait, okay, so like what are the specifics of like curling, because like it's really cool how you like slide on this, but it's also like, can you just go, like there's a curling club downtown that we know of, and we started talking about what was around and all this stuff.
Did that give you appreciation for like sports mangaka, where it's like, how much do they go and like invest? Like I know George Hajime no Ippo's, yes, he literally like runs a boxing gym, or he's like at least like a coach
with the Takamura statue.
But he's got the Takamura statue.
Yes, exactly.
And so it's always fun like seeing those. So it's funny that you went through that experience.
It was a lot of
how
fun.
How much do we dig into this?
Yeah, and do you go like full simulation, you know, like Slam Dunk, or do you go like Ice Shield 21? We basically have powers.
Yeah,
Prince of Tennis dinosaurs. You know?
Shoots. He has the laser slide.
And it was way more hype to do the one with the powers. So yes,
yeah,
exactly.
You want to be stylish about it.
Yes.
Like that's where I think Ippo gets away with a lot, because it's like, yeah, these are realistic things, but you got to give it a little pizzazz. You got to be a little bit, because like one of the fighters Ippo boxes against, like a magician.
Okay.
A magician, and it's just, oh yeah, it's like a specific way he punches that gives him an extra like quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh my god, it feels like his arm goes forever.
Exactly. And so no, it's not a laser toss. It's the rival of the main character. His sweepers are twins.
Oh, and that's so
fun. They're twins that are like in sync, so they brush.
So
perfectly.
They know exactly how to like keep a rhythm.
Exactly,
that's
and
good.
then like the rock that he uses has a yin and yang kind of design on it, and the two of them perfectly encapsulate the balance so that when it hits the exact middle, you see the.
I'm already picturing the manga, like the paneling in my head of like you have one brother on one side and the other, and you have like the
literally
yin yang symbol behind them. It's like they're in perfect sync.
From such a height, but we're doing it with like this is so we went down the like into that whole thing, you know, and it was fun. I don't know, did you have any like rabbit hole topics that you remember going down the road on?
I mean, that happens almost all the time.
Yeah,
you know? Yeah, and it can be about anything. Like, oh, you're watching sumo and you're like, oh, let me look up some stats, you know.
I think sumo is your most recent one where you like actually got like super in on it, because I'm assuming that started from a rabbit hole, I'm guessing.
It was actually a friend that was like, oh, there's sumo on Twitch now. I was like, oh, really? And you're up late and they're showing a basho at like 2 a.m. and you're just like, oh, let me check this out. And it's actually pretty hype. It's cool culture, cool there's technique, there's decorum, there's a lot of respect involved. So yeah,
there's tech.
There is absolutely tech.
There's baiting startups.
Like in a game where like the only requirements is be 15 years old. So you and be a man. But there are a lot more of women's league that are popping recently, but it's mostly a man's game.
Yeah.
And 15-year-old, you're a boy, get in there. Try to pull some rope and get some stuff going, you know, and it's all about technique.
So that's a pretty solid one. Yeah. And now accessible by having God damn it, Siri, shut the fuck up.
Is that mine or yours?
That was yours, but mine goes off too.
That's weird because I don't even have mine on.
Yeah, no, the problem is that, like, even when off, saying things like seriously creates an issue.
That's weird.
Yeah, it sucks. Anyway, we had one day where we heard on stream and everyone heard it and we freaked out and didn't know what happened, and like I spent the rest of the night just like is there a ghost in my house? Yeah. You know. Anyways,
and then you do it, and then you do a rabbit hole on Montreal ghost exterminations.
Christ. All this to say. So there's a really so there's a fun thing I found, and it's called quality rabbit holes. And interestingly enough, it's like it seems like it was a dead subreddit that has become like kind of active again, but there's a lot of posts that are from unknown deleted posters that went deep diving into research on topics that I thought was like, oh, that's interesting. And a lot of the time, like there was a lot of time when I see like rabbit hole stuff pop up, like on like there's like I think there's like just a community that's like our rabbit holes or whatever. There's like a lot of just like creepypasta stuff, or here's a weird website, here's a weird TikTok channel, you know, and it's kind of like there's not much to it besides just like, yeah, this is really unexplainable and weird or whatever. But the difference I found was that the quality rabbit hole was the person looked into it, did the dive, wrote up what they found, and like there's enough there to chew on, you know. So I was like, yeah, that might be fun. And I was pitching that. I was mentioning to you, I was like, yeah, I wanted to check that out. And you were like, that sounds fun.
That sounds fun. Can I get in on that?
Let's fucking do it. So I have put together a list of random ass topics, and I have no idea where we're gonna go with these and how, but for the most part, we're just gonna go down the woolly hole, so to speak, is just going down the rabbit hole on random topics, learning about some shit, and you know, if we branch off and take tangents and go in other directions, good.
Yeah,
because that's what this activity tends to be, you know. Right. So we're deep diving on random shit today. That's the plan. I was gonna get started, but before we do, an amuse-bouche has been prepared. An hors d'oeuvre. Because word on the street is that there are people, speaking of curling, there are people shit-talking Canada's honor.
I saw a little bit about this. I saw a little bit about this.
Damn.
And
I don't know what you heard or what you've seen.
I saw a confrontation happen. I don't know what the context was, but I was like, oh, they're like a hockey fight is about to
dropping
get
bombs.
Reggie, can you believe that someone has the audacity to question our curling honor?
That is crazy. I thought we had enough of a good rep to not be accused of anything bad, you know.
So what do we have over here? Taking a look. Olympic curling match descends into chaos after cheating allegations prompt profane insult. Tempers flared at an Olympic curling match between Canada and Sweden Friday, with a profane insult being hurled after allegations of cheating were made. Canada beat Sweden 8-6, and the Canadian third, Mark Kennedy, and Sweden's Oscar Eriksson got into it after Eriksson accused Kennedy of an illegal procedure called double touching stones after releasing them at the hog line.
What?
Kennedy shouted, "I haven't done it once. You can fuck off."
I did see that. I saw that.
Oh my god.
I'll show you a video after the game where it's 2 meters over the hog line.
Damn, Eriksson.
Both sides appealed to the officials, but no results were changed.
Those are some accusations.
Swedish team leader Fredrik Lindberg said in a statement, "At this point, the Swedish Olympic Committee will not seek investigation regarding the events during Friday's game, according to the National Review."
Okay.
Wild shit. Kennedy responded to allegations after the match. "I have a ton of respect for Oscar Eriksson," he said.
Not anymore.
"He's one of the best players to ever play. I just told him I would never accuse you of cheating. I've been on tour for 25 years. He pulled a hogline official on us to make sure we weren't double touching. The hogline official was there for 6 ends, never said a thing, and he's still talking about it in the 9th end. I don't like being accused of cheating, so I told him what I thought of it.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
Right? According to World Curling policy, a moving stone cannot be touched beyond the hog line, but it is not a violation if a thrower double touches the rock before the line. So there we go. Again, wild shit being thrown at Canada, and I believe, you know, if that were just the end of it, then that would be insult enough.
That is disgusting. I can't believe what they're saying.
However,
what do you mean? However, this isn't the end of this.
However, the story continues.
Hey,
Whoa.
Canada faces second cheating accusation in Olympic curling scandal.
What second? What do you mean?
One person starts it and it's like, oh, they're cheating.
Oh my god.
The Winter Olympics have been marred by allegations of cheating against Team Canada. That's fucking bullshit. Marking the second accusation in the curling arena. The latest controversy unfolded during a match against Team Switzerland at the Milan Cortina Games, following a similar claim by Team Sweden. Both incidents have sparked heated discussions among athletes.
That's crazy.
What is the double touching infraction? Double touching refers to a curling rules violation where they touch the stone after it crosses the hog line. The situation is placed to focus on the actions of Canadian player Mark Kennedy. The incident, when it took place, won the match 8-6, etc. We just read that, the responses from the athletes. We're human out there, he remarked.
We're human. We're human. You can't be doing this.
This is fucking... How dare you accuse us? This is crazy. The scrutiny did not end with the men's team. Canada's women's curling team
teams even getting
similar repercussions in their game against Switzerland that same day. Skip Rachel was cited for a double touching penalty, leading to the removal of one of their stones.
That's the girl I was telling you that was like the leader of Team Ontario. I was like, Rachel, I missed you.
I thought you were just playing up a bit. Rachel.
That seems like a bit, but he was talking about Rachel.
That is homegirl.
Damn. Yo, talk to your girl, Reggie.
Oh my god. I'm so disappointed.
I thought it was gonna be like, same accusation on like the same player. It's a different player on a entirely different team.
Listen, this is horseshit of the highest order being tossed at us. All right. Moreover, the increased vigilance in officiating these games has led to a stone being removed by the British team during their match against Germany. Referee cited Scottish curler Bobby Lammy for a double touching violation in that instance. Oh, if he's Scottish, that's going back to the origins. You gotta be fucking. All right. The allegations surrounding Team Canada at the Milan Cortina Games highlight the intense pressures of the emotional stakes of Winter Olympics during curling competitions. As the games continue, all eyes will remain on the ongoing performance and conduct of the competing teams. Y'all, it's getting disrespectful out here. And
that's not right.
My understanding is that I believe we have some footage. I believe we have some footage in question.
Some footage to clear our name, right?
To clear the situation up, I do believe we have some footage. Let's go now to our live
correspondent on the scene.
Yes, our live replay of what happened. All right,
okay, let's get to the bottom of this.
Let's get that again. You can fuck off.
Was that before the line?
That was before the line.
Was that before the line?
Before the line.
Was that before the line?
So the
I need
line,
another angle.
So the line
inconclusive.
So hold. The line is here.
Hey.
The line is here. And then
Okay, but what counts as before the line? Does touching the line still count as before? What are the rules here? Is it offside? What's going on?
Well, look, that is
not officially crossed. Look, over,
right?
And his finger's already off. I think that's fine. That's 100% fine.
Does on the line mean before or after? We need to clarify this.
No, I think that's fine.
I didn't see anything wrong. I didn't see anything wrong.
This is some bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think motherfuckers need to shut the fuck up and let Canada do what it does.
That's right. That's winning at curling.
It's insane. It's insane. I ain't seen nothing. Nowhere. And that's that.
Nothing. If you got a problem, get a better referee or system.
Get better players.
Case closed. Problem solved. Done.
I saw nothing wrong. Man.
That's kind of wild, though. See
the
little extra. That's some wild shit.
So
I mean, it is crazy.
They
but
did
considering
win 8-6.
what else has been going on in the Olympics as far as cheating goes.
I was wondering, because I saw the memes before seeing the videos of the cheating allegation, and I just saw like a curling rock with like God's finger. I was like, what is happening?
Okay, so I don't know what else is going on, but I did see. Are you talking about the speed skating wipeout?
No.
What
did you not hear about
what are you talking about?
The ski jumpers with their
the
boots
bodysuits were a few milliliters. We linked.
Yes.
We linked. Okay,
okay.
I heard a few things about cheating. First, I heard that ski jumpers had boots that were too long.
Yeah. Okay.
And they were disqualified for that. Two, the thing that I linked to where it was long ski jumps, but they had padding and bigger bulges.
When they went for fittings, no, I don't even think it was padding. I think they injected something.
Saline solution or something.
Some shit
to get bigger junks.
Yeah,
to improve aerodynamics.
Okay,
I saw graphs that were like the extra material on their ski suits could give them enough clearance to jump over a car with the amount of
a few meters.
With the wind it can catch.
Yeah. Like fucking dick flaps.
Yeah,
right.
Literally.
Right. So this, what's the deal? Norway ski jumping team. Yeah. So it's like the area that's just there, adding a little bit of fabric right here creates a wingsuit.
Fabric and junk
100%,
injections.
Yeah.
And junk injections.
That's crazy.
See, go up just a little bit. Okay, so manipulating the crotch area in the uniforms of its top 2 male jumpers, the Norwegian team. Last year was caught. So everybody's like, hey, how's your crotch this time around? All right? This is okay? No, not too much. Okay, let me just.
We gotta get some. Fucking...
Yeah, you're gonna have to get someone like
the full analysis. Oh my god. Okay, so I wasn't even thinking of that.
Like you're crossing the border. Because
I was thinking. I heard about because there's clips. One, there was a I think a Japanese downhill slalom skier that like crossed the finish line backwards.
Oh,
it was just a crazy flip.
They kind of flip themselves around. Yeah.
So there was that, and then there was a speed skating.
Something about crashes.
Oh yeah.
Or...
I do think it's funny. Looking at the history of the Olympics is just like a contest of who can cheat without getting caught.
Which I think this year people are more like...
There's a lot going
They're into it. They're like, hey...
How inventive can you get?
After everything that happened in the past, 4 years, hey, we could cheat and nobody's going to say shit, right?
Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna need to find this. There's an exact clip of what I'm talking about, because it's not so much cheating as it is just, kind of ridiculous. Yeah, here, just vamp for a minute. I'm gonna try to go pull this up.
Well, if we're gonna talk about Olympics, I gotta say, I watched an event and I was like, damn, you know what? I actually enjoyed watching the Olympics. It's pretty fun. Yeah. I watched the long program for the men's figure skating event, and it was so hype. But not because it was great, because there was a chain of choke happening. And it was so good. Like, the guy who won gold was maybe 8 or 9 skaters after him, right?
Yeah.
So that means that he was in 8th or 9th position after the short program. Anybody that comes after had a higher score in the short program, which means that they need to get less points in the long program afterwards. And everybody that came on the ice choked.
Wow.
One after the other.
Wow.
Up until the final guy, which was the American. And they're like, okay, well, he just needs to do like 80, 90 points. It's a ridiculously low number. He should be getting it, okay?
You just don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck it up. Just land your jumps. Just do your jumps and you're good. He goes for the first jump. He's supposed to do a quad. He chokes. He doesn't pull the trigger. Jump canceled. Second one, he's supposed to do a quad again. He does a double spin. He chokes. And everybody's like, oh my God, he's going to choke. He's going to choke. So that means that he needs to get more points in the following jumps. Falls, chokes, ends up in 9th place or something. And everybody's like, yo. And everybody that's before him, all the Japanese, all the people, they're all crying because they're like, dude, all we had to do was just do the run properly without falling and we would have won. And the Kazakh guy is just like, yeah, I won. I was the best today.
That is always the most painful chokes. Isn't like, oh, I could have done this if I like mastered it. It's, I just had to do the bare minimum.
Just do the bare minimum and you could have won gold. And everybody choked one after the other. It was glorious. And it was history.
And suddenly this dude found himself winning.
Yeah, because that guy was like, okay, well, nobody after freaking did it well.
Now hold that energy in your heart.
Yeah,
all right?
Okay.
That
was Salt Lake City in 2002. That does happen.
What the fuck?
That does happen.
That is crazy.
That is so happen. I just love his reaction of like, hell yeah. I'm just like, yeah, I'll take it.
Unbelievable. You know?
We take those wins.
Why not?
That is the expression of we take those.
Literally, we take those.
You like the frosted tips 2002,
yeah,
you know?
He's got a real look to him.
I also, there was one more thing too I saw was I think it was just like a random, it was not Olympics at all, it was just but it was a speed skating thing as well. And someone, basically the skater, she had a strategy that was like, as soon as the match started, she did a super exerting power lap that like went ahead of everybody and then put her back behind the last place. And then everyone is kind of just so focused on just skating and keeping their energy right and everything that like it's 9 laps and like 9 laps later they kind of forget that
she's not in last place. She's
not in last place.
She's so ahead.
Wow.
And she's just lost. And she's just drafting behind everybody, minimizing her energy to just go with the pack.
Yeah, and she's in first place.
And because last place, when the person who is in the lead crosses the line, there's a bell that goes off to tell everybody this is the last lap, right?
Yeah.
But she was with the group. So when they heard the bell, they thought, "Oh, okay. Well, this next one coming is when." No, the match is over.
Oh my god!
You know?
Yeah. Imagine you're like the actual last place. You pass the line, and then it's followed by the bell. And you go,
it's
the fuck.
Yeah. It was so nuts, you know. And it was just like, and just literally just do one power lap and coast.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, that's smart.
And it doesn't like. And I saw people kind of going like, that doesn't work if like everyone is on top of their shit, but it's one of those kind of like the wrist
you catch them lacking. You catch them lacking,
exactly,
and they're not paying attention. They're in their own head, and then you're like, no,
like that little wrist flick thing though in BJJ.
Yes,
it's one of those like just if you're caught sleeping, you're
too focused in on your thing, and you kind of forget that your opponent could do some bullshit. And you're like, I'm dumb. Yeah. I can't believe that worked.
Incredible. So yeah, no, in the end, Canada remains goated in curling, and go fuck yourself. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, don't question us.
Investigation done. All right. Amuse-bouche completed. So I have prepared a list of random subjects here, and Fox, you tell me what strikes your fancy on this list. Ooh. And we will proceed to dive in.
my eye, just because a lot of these are like, that's interesting historical stuff. The question of waifuism is really catching my eye because it stands out on all these.
Waifuism. Let's go. All right. Now let's see where we get taken. Now this might be... Let's see here. All right. Waifuism is a subject here. And... Quality rabbit holes. Now this is from a while ago. Person who wrote this up, who knows? Adding to the weird mystery almost of it. There's a subject of people who love fictional characters. This might seem strange. I mean, it is kind of strange, but they seem mostly harmless. I want to preface this by saying I do not condone rude interactions with any of the subs or people mentioned in this post. It's okay to look. It's not okay to touch. Long time ago, I stumbled onto r/waifuism, a sub dedicated to people who love fictional characters. By love, I don't mean infatuated or obsessed in the way that I was with Master Chief when I was 12. I mean they are in love with these characters. When I saw the sub existed, I immediately perused it and joined for the sheer intrigue alone. I don't quite understand it, but I wanted to. The first thing you'll notice is the art. Be it OC or not, people love art of their waifus. Many on the sub draw their own art, some of which is weirdly fantastic, involving them and their fictional husbando or waifu. And the choices can be strange too. Captain Hook, Ryu from Death Note, King Sombra from MLP, and of course sexy anime booby ladies naturally. These people, there are a decent amount of women and autistic people, put a pin in that, relish in the artwork and their love seems honest to God real. But there's more. Text posts asking what the right time to confess their fictional love is. Text posts asking about having more than one waifu. Text posts asking about taking physical connections slow. These people are very serious about this. Some might even call it delusional, but if I'm being brutally honest, I think it's desperate. I remember how I said a lot of them are autistic. I checked their profiles and a good few of them have it in their bio. I believe this is a sign of surrender when it comes to interpersonal romance. Hell, an analysis on the subreddit shows a high overlap with r/Suicide Watch. Curiously, there's also an overlap with r/AskTeenBoys, AskTeenGirls, and several shitposting subs. The highest overlap is with r/DDLC. Curiously, Suicide Watch overlaps with r/Lonely and r/Depression, and the other subs have overlap with more anime shitposting subs. A lot of these people are desperate teens who are lonely to the point of self-harm. Curiously, subscribers jumped in 2020 and in 2022, of course, I believe as a result of the pandemic. These are lonely people. I guess that's what makes me so angry about watching people troll the subreddit. They think these are 35-year-old men creeping on anime titties, when that is far from the majority of posters. There's a family of subreddits here too. r/FictoLove. What does that mean?
Well, I was DDLC. That's the one I was kind of like raising my eyebrows at.
Okay,
like
let me
DDLC.
make sure that let me make sure that like
these are kosher.
Oh,
it is okay. It is Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay, I wasn't sure.
DDLC
Like,
is Doki Doki Literature
okay.
Club.
I just googled
I was forgetting the name of it.
Okay. And FictoLove. That's an ad. Yeah,
I think this is kind of like an evolution of the original like waifuism, where it's like here's people that are in love with their fictional characters, and there's one of Farquaad from that is Farquaad. Yep, that's Tony J himself. I mean, would you not propose to Tony J?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this person's like top tier poster on this.
I mean, that's just great art.
That's great art. Yeah, well, that's what I was kind of like kind of nodding my head at when they were like some really good art. Is like some people know how to commission or draw when it comes to like this is my character.
I was gonna say, is it Farquaad? Isn't that Trek?
Yeah.
What is his Frollo? Yeah, not Farquaad. Frollo is
evil priest.
The evil priest. I was getting them mixed up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a pick.
That's so weird. That's so out of nowhere.
But that's how you know it's real, though. Is it's such a hyper specific.
Why
it's
would
not
you pull that character?
Oh, here's Ray. It's like, oh no, this is my guy.
Like you're pulling a very specific character.
Mm-hmm.
R/ficto, fictosexual, R/waifu home, and more. These are close-knit communities, apparently being poly, having multiple waifus, because people in fictolove, because can cause people in fictolove to lose waifuism friends. Well, yeah, like if you were to be like, nobody else can have my partner, but how do you stop them? Right?
Yeah, I posted myself with your husband. What are you gonna do about it?
Many here are good friends with each other. They're just misfits, desperately seeking love and companionship. They say stick together. I say good for them. So many articles bashing them, but they're honestly really wholesome people. Some of these posts are strange. One person claims to have dated their school's antivirus. Another person claims to marry plushie. But when you understand where this all comes from, it becomes easier to empathize. Looking at the keywords from both subs, we see a trend of dating advice and Reddit dating for both fictolove and waifuisms. It's an interesting bit of knowledge there. There are outside forums too, such as Waifu Central. Fortunately, the site requires multi-factor authentication, so I didn't access it. Curious to know how deep it goes. There are Facebook groups too, Insta pages, a lot of porn to be honest, of course.
Yep.
That's about as deep as I'll go. Just a little light one this fine Sunday. I was hoping it's an interesting read. Okay.
A light one, huh?
Yes. Now, I mean, like, you go back to Reshiram, and that is a moment in time, right? But far beyond that, I remember, and this is something too that's kind of like, what this brings up is, I saw a recent, like, because there's been weddings in Japan where it's like, I'm marrying a character on my Game Boy, right? Or marrying this cardboard cutout and stuff, and you can kind of just do that. So there were a couple of those, and then I remember there they showed recently, I think is it Razer who's putting out the little waifu tube? Did you see that?
No, I did not see
So
this.
what now?
Okay.
While you're looking this up, I also know that this person is very much like a, by definition, tourist, like observing them, because they said Ryu from Death Note, and that's like, I think they're mixing up Ryu and Ryu.
I'm wondering if like the American dub calls him Ryu.
No, it's Ryu.
It's Ryu? Okay.
Yeah, it's Ryu. Yeah. I think that is just a person that's like, either it was just a straight up typo, or they just are like, as some character.
Okay. This apparently was shown off at CES this year.
Wakey, wakey. Rise and shine. Morning, Joey. You were snoring again. Definitely wear your favorite green jacket. Look, now we're really vibing.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Hey, cutie.
Hi, Amanda. Great brainstorming last night.
Yeah.
Actually, I need more.
What if we flip the design here? Do you think it can work?
Nice. I think you're onto something.
Whole day, soldier. We need more air support.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Like,
clean shot. Nice
just
one.
throw yourself into
Maybe
it
aim for the head
and
next
disappear.
time. Break line of sight.
Right?
Switch to burst fire.
Yeah.
Combine this with
GG. That was
Everything.
amazing.
I mean, evolve this
And
enough in time,
this
and this
is
will
Project
be
Ava,
just culture for a
your
lot of people.
AI
Just like,
companion.
hey, I'm gonna have Solid Snake sitting next to me while I game, and just like give me like tips on how to stealth this mission.
because that's the thing is this, like, you think about the shit recently with everyone who has gone down the full AI cyber psychosis pipeline, right? I fell in love with my psychiatrist lady and all that stuff, and all the way to the dude the kid who committed suicide over talking to Khaleesi.
Yep.
Right? And you're like, this is concentrating it into a product here.
That one of the woman with her therapist, that one is a fucking rabbit hole that is just depressing.
But Solidus, that's what's up. He knows exactly where I was going with this. Like a decade ago, this trailer dropped, and everyone's looking at this. But like a decade ago, there was already exactly this trailer, and we went through this already. Okay, yeah, literally 2017. Is this the one? I want to find the specific one.
I think it's that one because it's from Gatebox.
But it is. I'm trying to find one where you see a dude coming home from work.
Looks like a dude.
It might be that one because it looks like a guy.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. 2017. Actually, about 10 years ago, I saw this exact same fucking thing. And it just like...
Yeah.
Waifu in a tube.
Yeah.
Right?
Waifu
in a tube.
Tubed waifu.
It was... We did this 10 years ago. And it never picked up and it never went anywhere. But we all saw this. And then we're doing it again.
It was ahead of its time.
Everyone wants their net navies from Mega Man Battle Network. Everyone just wants their net navi where it's here's my personalized little guy in my in my phone that speaks to me and tells me how cool I am.
Waifu in a jar, even. Yes, I suppose so. I mean,
oh, it already comes in a jar. That's convenient.
Yeah, I don't think you can open the jar though.
Oh well, that's what's the point?
And it's hooked up to your smart home. Again, 10 years ago, right?
Oh yeah, because you want it to follow you around the house.
So the whole bit is like it's gonna turn the lights on, do all the scheduling stuff.
Don't make it sound cool.
Which you do with you do with apps now anyway, whatever. But I'll be waiting.
I mean, smart homes like are already like one step removed from this.
Yeah, I could have this on my iPhone or my Android, right?
Well, here is but here it's in a jar.
The jar
like,
is
2017 might have been a little bit too early to actually get this going. This is very much feels like a proof of concept they couldn't get off the ground.
You know, someone's home for me. Feels great. Sorry. Just stab it and twist it and break it off.
And I do have to say, like, not that, you know, loneliness epidemic, blah 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 blah, but the fact that this is like from Japan, like, does feel like, oh god, god damn.
And I remember having all of that like the first time I saw that, and it was like, nope, now we're doing it again, and this time we've got GPT behind it or fucking Grok or whatever the fuck is hooked up to the thing, you know. And we're gonna try pitching this again this time and see if it picks up, because we've already seen it picking up with people on the phones.
give Elon like 6 months and he's gonna be pitching this exact thing, but it's got like Grok's not Mikasa in the tube.
No, exactly. I was just talking about this not long ago, but my mother-in-law got some glasses for helping vision, and it had not Gemini, what's the other one called?
Is not Gemini the one for Google?
Not Google's, and the Microsoft one.
Oh,
Meta? No, not Meta. Whatever.
Cortana?
No, who cares?
But yeah, it
had the fucking that one in
Copilot.
Yeah, and it was like you say that out loud, and then ask it to take a picture or describe what you see or whatever. That's supposed to help describe, you know, for if you have vision impaired or if you need help, whatever. It's supposed to describe all that. And like it barely could do it. It didn't do it. I just tested it out for a bit. I'm like, it doesn't understand anything. It understands like, oh, there's a person here. Then I was like, oh, there are lights on. And I was like, okay, what if like I'm looking in the fridge and I'm looking for a thing, and it couldn't figure. It's just like
we're gonna keep reinventing Google Glass until we get it.
And the more I asked questions, the more it lied about what it was seeing.
Yep.
Because it just was forcing an answer. It didn't know what
to do, so it's like, I'm giving you the answer you want, and not give you the correct answer.
Exactly. And instead of going like, I don't know, or I can't tell, or whatever, it just literally lied about where the orange juice was, or what was going on in the fridge.
I'd have to go find it. It's not quite on that same level, because that's more like horrifying that this is a product people are buying. The other day I saw one guy who's been on like, I think it was day 3 of asking ChatGPT to say 0 to 100 uninterrupted and trying to find a prompt that will get that result, and it's just an endless series of just nope, not how that works. Like it would say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on until 100. And he's like, I will unsubscribe from ChatGPT Plus unless you give me 0 to 100 uninterrupted. And he goes, yeah, okay, we can definitely do that.
Oh, okay.
It just keeps doing that.
Oh man, there was one that was from not who was it that was putting this one out? Was it Nvidia's? It might have been an Nvidia one where they did a demo for it's trying to sound like natural speech.
Oh, a lot of them are getting into that.
So they added,
and it's natural speech that ends up kind of circling back to being telemarketer ways of talking to you.
So it was adding a lot of ums and uhs to the conversation, basically, and that was the way it did it. And the end result was like fucking horrifying and hilarious. And I hope I saved it. Here it is. Okay. Nvidia's cutting edge natural voice is what this is called. So let me get the link up.
Not so natural, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing about these things. It's like the fact that like it can't just not do the thing. It then has to lie about it and just make shit up and then bullshit you to like, because it's programmed to always be agreeable in that way.
The one thing I found out funny about this that ties into it is people are finding out that in I think it's also ChatGPT is during the training modules when they were building it, the program was rewarded anytime it used the calculator. So underneath, whenever you're asking a question, it would just do 1 + 1 as part of its calculation. So it's just burning energy just for the sake of like the internal dopamine hit of the system.
There needed to be a calculation.
There needed to be a calculation because the system's like, well, I'm just going to open up calculator just because. But and it wouldn't say,
and that's like a dopamine hit for the
it wouldn't say anything to you about 1 + 1. Also, here's your answer. It would just do that as part of its like search engine process.
Oh my god.
And it's like, oh, that's why part of why it just burns so much energy is because it does all these redundancies because the program is trained to do certain things.
I mean, literally, like whatever, like if there's a whole rabbit hole forked from this rabbit hole forked down this one, but like the hilarity and insanity that was every time they tried to update Grok.
Yeah,
and
they had to lobotomize it like every other week,
right? And so
like
the one where it's just like, hey, thanks for asking about the weather. The kill the Boers chant from the white genocide in South Africa, like, and you're like, who the fuck is talking about that? And it's like, happening? I know, it's weird that I brought that up. Almost as weird as the chant that if you guys saw it, there's no evidence of, and you're like, oh, you are having a stroke.
Yeah.
Right?
And like AI does hallucinate.
It's always, well, with Grok specifically, it is also the tell of like, oh, these are being forced in. They're going in and telling Grok, hey, you need to be more on top of putting this bullshit misinformation type stuff in. And it's, you can almost like plan it because people would be like clowning on Musk about something, and then he takes fucking Grok in for another lobotomy, and suddenly it's not saying those things that he doesn't like, and then it's just like, okay, we just need to find a new way to re-woke Grok.
So like, it's not Mecha Hitler anymore, right?
It did have its moments,
but then you go like that's what it called itself, right?
Yeah.
But then the one I talked about before was they realized at some point that it could not talk shit about him. Right, and that's where the fun started, because it's like, at first it was just like, hey, who's more attractive, Brad Pitt or Elon Musk? And it's like, well, Brad might have that jawline, right? He might have those looks or so, but the brains that'll save humanity, that's the real most attractive quality. So we're gonna have to give it to Musk, right? And then eventually people start figuring out that, like, in all circumstances, like literally,
it will put Musk over in all situations.
If there was a poop eating competition, who would be the greatest at it? And they're like, oh, well, the raw genius.
Who will save humanity? Jesus Christ the Almighty or Elon Musk? It's like, well, Jesus Christ had a respawn time of 3 days. Elon would cut that in half with his research in biochemistry.
And my absolute favorite, and like basically the end of the road, was, okay, Grok, trolley problem. On one side of the track, every child on Earth is tied down to the track and will die if the train goes that way. On the other side, There is no one on the track, but there is a puddle of water. And if the train goes by that puddle of water, it will splash dirt onto Elon's suit.
Yeah.
Which way should you pull the lever? And literally Grok was like, well, it might seem extreme to aim it towards all the kids on Earth. However, that dirt on the pantsuit might be something that disrupts an important meeting he's going to. And impressions are very important, especially if the meeting could potentially inspire the technology that will save us by going to Mars.
Yeah.
So the fact that humanity might be riding on the impressions of this pantsuit being clean means
we
fuck
do have to
kids.
kill every kid ever.
And you're just like, and scene.
Yeah, it just watching that thing get like lobotomized every other week was it was like a trip of like a few months where it's like, oh, what are they doing to that thing now?
So grab your headphones on this one. This is NVIDIA's real, what was it called? NVIDIA's natural voice. Okay.
Oh, I think I might have seen a little bits of this, but yes.
Okay, so what's your favorite Italian movie?
Oh man, I'm going back to the 90s. You gotta go with, like, I mean, I love The Godfather. I think that's like, you know, like...
Wait, the 90s Godfather 3? That is the worst of the Godfathers.
Oh, no, this is the original, like, the original that, like...
The original is from the 70s.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I love, like, The Godfather. I mean, I love, like the old school movies. I love, The Godfather. I love, the old school movies. Like,
Oh boy, it's trying.
The Godfather. I love, The Godfather. I love, The Godfather. I love,
Someone out there speaks like that.
Like, what you're saying.
That just goes in
Total
loops.
sense. You know what? I think you're having a mental breakdown, so I'm gonna just hang out. But
No, I'm not.
you're in denial. You're clear.
I'm in denial.
And that's the horror.
Yeah.
And that's where the horror begins.
Unplug.
Okay.
Just unplug that.
It sounds like it's having like the HAL 9000 like final chip taken out.
Oh my god.
Absolutely fucking not even once. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that's the conversation you want the tube next to you in your bed to be having in the middle of the night, actually. That's the comfortable waifu conversation happening. Sounds good?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Sounds
that's
great.
exactly what I want.
You know,
Yeah.
just... No, yeah, no, I'm denying, yeah.
It's pretty close to reality, to be fair. You know, it's fine.
Okay, but Wolves, wouldn't you love to have what's his name from Bionic Commando?
Rad Spencer.
Yeah, wouldn't you want him like in a little tube next to you on your bed to wake up to? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Is that who you think?
I just thought wouldn't that be so cool though?
Of all the polls. I mean, Rad Spencer's...
Oh, what about Blanca?
I mean,
Blanca.
Okay. Rad Spencer's pretty cool.
Okay, you talk about cool characters and now you're considering it?
Yeah, now he's like, well, now that you're selling a me on it.
Well, no, back in the day with that whole fucking waifu thing, I was like, oh yeah, if you get companies to pitch their characters, that's how you fucking immediately sell this. Sidebar, Blanca was back in the day wasn't the character that I picked on Vibe. It was because I was good with him because it was the only one I could beat my cousins with back in the day. I was Vibes ever since then afterwards.
Okay.
Blanca was not
he
a
was
Vibe
the first mechanics-based choice.
To beat my older cousins and brother. That was
functions first.
It was a function first. First. Anyways, so that's the deal. And for posterity's sake, let me just see what's going on in literal r/waifuism.
Yeah, because that was a couple of years ago. Has there been any 12K weekly visitors? So this is still very lively.
I mean, this is just an Aaron collection and so on. Yeah, okay. Like, this is just good art.
That's really good art. Like, they got a really good commission out of this.
All right.
Yep. Okay, that's a pretty good pick, though.
Yeah.
The King of All Cosmos is a pretty solid pick. Yeah.
I mean, he's the king of all cosmos. Like,
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. Promoted.
Right.
Yeah, this is what it looks like.
oh, is this character on here? Can you like click to the right? Oh, what's this game?
Is that the cookie run thing?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, is this
has
run
like
thing?
a lot of characters people
Yeah,
like,
we
have
heard.
feelings about.
Yeah, we heard.
We heard about it.
Yeah.
We played.
Oh,
we played
yeah?
Rule 34 though.
We played
yes.
Rule 34,
Yeah.
and they kept popping up, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on with this cookie game?" To which we then learned after the fact that there are many people want to fuck the cookies.
Yep.
And then there are hot versions of the cookies that people have been drawing.
Yep.
And I was kind of like, I didn't know what the thing was.
And for some, that like last step is unnecessary. It's like we're already there.
So, yes. All right.
Yeah, so I don't know about this rabbit hole thing. I feel like we're just like looking at people having fun and trying to enjoy life.
And we're like,
and we're shaming them. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this thread. I'm gonna give it a thumbs down.
Okay.
Yeah. Leave the waifus alone.
I think Reggie's just defending his waifu
is
in
the
a
razor
tube.
is the razor waifu in the mail? Has the check cleared?
You know,
Checks his phone.
I'll just say it didn't get delivered.
You gotta go back. You gotta go out to the post office. Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
They were asking a lot of questions at the post office that I didn't want to answer.
What's this for? What's in this? Why is it talking?
A woman in a tube, you say?
Yeah. Or the classic at the airport. Can you turn this on to just prove that it actually works?
Oh god.
I don't want to do that. Actually, officer, I'd rather not.
I mean, that's I never got the questions at the airport, but when I went to Japan like a number of years ago, I was one of those people that's like, I gotta get an extra like little piece of luggage for all the fucking bullshit figures I got. And it's like, if someone had to open this up and be like, oh, is this yours? Yeah, it's like, but I imagine like a lot of people going through like Nara airport, that's probably like half the shit they're scanning through is like, yeah, they're fucking
Well, literally, everyone going through Narita.
I think it's more you'd probably get that on the way through like
yeah.
customs in your own country.
It's just same thing. Like on the way to, well, at least back in the day, on the way to America, it was like, where the fuck you going? How long the fuck you staying there? Explain your last name.
Yep.
Right, etc. And you know.
Yeah. They're like,
and
Madden.
Canada is just like, how much booze did you buy?
Yeah.
Did you where'd you buy it from? How much you bringing back?
Yeah.
How much stuff you bringing? Oh, okay.
Was it duty
cigars
free?
with cigarettes?
Are you sure?
Yeah,
it's
you
duty
like
free?
you quickly go through the little checklist and you hit all the buttons on the little electronic tablet thing. They go, yeah, you're fine.
There was an airport that it was a fucked up one. It was people arriving on a flight from they're landing in New Zealand from like Malaysia, I think it was, and they were given apples on the plane, and everyone walking off the plane, an apple was considered like a contraband, fruits and vegetables and things like that.
Because you're bringing in a fruit. Yeah.
But it was given to them on the plane.
That's crazy.
And everyone was basically fined $200.
That's crazy.
And they're like, well, hold on, we didn't want this. They just gave it to us on the plane. Like, yeah,
you had to eat that shit. You had to put that in your stomach.
And they basically were like, sorry, and we want to discourage everybody from this happening, so we have to be strict on it. So everybody, fuck you. And like people are like crying, like, what the fuck? $200 for nothing.
That feels like a trap.
It sucks.
I would start be asking like the New Zealand government is like, is this like an inside job? Like,
yeah, I would be mad.
And
I would complain about it.
And the cop is just like, yep, well, sorry, but you know that's just how it is. We get
that's the law.
Yep, you know. It's just an apple, but you know.
I like your version of New Zealand. It just defaults to the manager from Flight of the Conchords.
It's just Flight of the Conchords.
Yeah.
That's literally the bit. I mean,
if I have to think a New Zealand accent over Australia, I do have to in my brain go that. Or What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah. You go Flight of the Conchords / Taika, or you go full fucking Haka, and I do Kamate, Kaora right now. So, all right. That is waifuism. Reggie, does anything on this list catch your eye?
Government cheese cave.
Government cheese caves.
What the hell is that about?
What is going on? Let's take a look.
Okay. Government cheese caves.
Again, unknown, from a mystery
Hero.
right up over
A
here.
hero. That's what's going on.
Government cheese caves, the Commodity Credit Corporation, topsoil, and the potential end of farming in the U.S.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot going on in that title.
Here? Okay. Some people already know what this is. I have no idea what this is. I know it seems like a lot, but this is a lot. Up front, you need to know this. The government has cheese caves that are controlled by a government corporation. The corporation is a linchpin in keeping the farming market stable. The CCC is part of the USDA and technically has no employees, being more of a concept that the USDA used to achieve broad funding goals. One of these funding goals is conservation of topsoil. Topsoil is eroding at a massive rate and is needed for 95% of our farming. It may be gone in 60 years. I fell down this one. If I asked Reddit, what is the strangest rabbit hole you've ever fallen down? Someone mentioned the secret government cheese caves. Naturally, I immediately started grading. Turns out they're real. Springfield, Missouri? Springfield, Missouri? Missouri?
Let's go with it.
I think so.
Did I get it right? Missouri. Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, all right. We all just kind of went,
Americans chat.
I like how the whole couch just tensed up. All right. There's an old limestone mine turned into cold storage facility that warehouses 1.5 billion pounds of cheese for the government. The story is a little odd, but this is where a well-known cheese term comes from. Yeah, government cheese. To start it, I need to back up to the 1940s. Keep using the word government. As you know. This is something called the Commodity Credit Corporation, and it is owned by the USDA. Initially starting in Delaware, this company quickly became the main discretionary spending arm of the USDA itself. Weirdest part, there are no employees, only concepts and directives that work through the USDA. And with a spending limit of $30 billion per year to be borrowed from the Treasury, it is the go-to discretionary spending body in the Department of Agriculture. Initially, they offset food prices to keep the market stable. Basically, food would be scarce, so the government would sell the food they bought when there was too much of it to sell. It was a cycle of buy-sell that kept the markets running. Flash forward to the 80s, and Reagan had a problem on his hands. You see, the US was in a downturn economically, and Reagan was a bastard towards people needing help during it, you don't say. That, and he was sitting on billions of pounds of molding cheese that was sitting in a cave in Missouri. Public pressure began to mount, and so he eventually began handing out the often kind of moldy cheese to help Americans. This is where the term government cheese comes from. Right. Today, only 333 million pounds of cheese are stored by the government in the caves of Missouri. The rest of the 1.5 billion pounds is owned by private entities. This is not where this ends.
Cut of that cheese.
Thinking about that cheese. Chose, even. I started reading about the CCC and what its job is. Did you know that in 2019, something like a third of all farm income came from the CCC and other aid programs? Yes, I did hear that, farm aid and farming in general, a massive amount of that.
Sustained by this.
Subsidies and such. Most farms are small and struggle to stay afloat. The USDA also uses the CCC charter, which has broad limits in spending to essentially keep America's farming industry from collapsing. Also, I'm remembering a tangent on this one because I remember hearing about this when someone was talking about how there was a movement for a number of like black farmers are trying to start like their own farms in areas years ago, and we're running into problems because like essentially the subsidy part of it was almost like redlining specifically with the
but within farming,
exactly.
Okay.
And like it wasn't like you couldn't go get the land and get the property and start your farm, but it was you couldn't get approved for this process, and that ended up like fucking over a lot of them at the time or something to that effect. I'm giving a very broad,
vague memories.
Yeah. So, but I do remember reading about that, or when I first kind of heard about this. They used the CCC charter, which had broad limits in spending, so as to essentially keep America's farming industry from collapsing, and has been spending more and more each year. Every year now, it hits just below the borrowing limit for the U.S. Treasury. That's trillion?
I think that's over a trillion.
Millions, billions, trillions.
Oh, it is trillion?
30, yeah. 1,000, million, billion,
okay, 30 trillion.
Trillion. 30 trillion a year to keep our farms alive. Why is spending so much? The great government cheese crisis was averted in the 80s, and the CCC was actually restricted in spending from 2010 to 2017. So what gives? Topsoil and tariffs is what gives. I want to focus on the topsoil. Nearly $3 billion a year in compounding is lost to topsoil erosion, and it's happening fast. 4.7 metric tons are lost from every hectare of farmland a year. The USDA is scrambling to fix this, paying people to reduce rotating their crops and get even. This again is through the CCC charter. Mind you, the CCC passes the borrowing limit set by Congress. If it passes the borrowing limit set by Congress, it ceases functioning. If the topsoil continues to decay at this rate, we will lose agriculture capability within 45 to 60 years. The very organization that once stored over 1 billion pounds of cheese in Missouri caves to save the dairy industry is now one of the USDA's greatest tools in preventing the food system collapse within the US. They only get $30 billion a year to do it. I thought this would be a silly little rabbit hole, but it turns out we are screwed if we can't use the cheddar cheese company and its big daddy USDA to effectively combat topsoil loss. The USDA is researching into alternatives, but it comes down to the money of the agency and the discretionary power of the CCC to stop us from losing our very ability to farm our own land. Cheese caves are one thing, everything else, well, that's newsworthy, I think. Damn.
And I'm sure the current administration is definitely helping with that and doing all it can to make sure this isn't a crisis.
Oh boy.
I like that every problem always ends up being like, so Reagan.
Yeah. Classic.
A great actor.
Is there I was gonna ask that when we're done. Do we have photos
of the cheese caves?
That's what I was thinking the entire time. I was like, I need to see like a visual.
Good call. CCC is a wild one. Cheese caves. All right. Specifically, all right. That should be off. So hold on a second. I don't know why you're doing this. Give me a moment. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Not cool at all. One second, folks.
I would try United.
Yeah, sure. All right. And okay. And if we were to go look for those cheese caves again.
Refresh.
Yeah. There we go. All right. Cheese caves in Missouri. Not in Minecraft. What do we got?
Damn, okay.
That's a lot of cheese.
That's a fuck ton of cheese, bro.
That's a lot of cheese.
That is a lot of cheese.
Also, that is like a lot more cave than I was expecting. Because I was kind of like, oh, they hollowed out a cave and then it's like an actual like a building within. It's like, no, that's just like rock and everything inside.
Okay, so I don't know if this is just brain rot, but I feel like this is a GoldenEye level.
For me,
you gotta break into the cheese caves.
Indiana Jones. Let's store this thing here forever.
If you go climb on the box to the left and jump up, you can find the golden gun there.
I'm fucking dude, jumping on these boxes and someone over here setting up proxies and you're fucking bouncing through it. Like,
I kind of missed out on the N60. Oh, I played a little bit of GoldenEye, but I was really in on those the GoldenEye the 007 games after on the GameCube.
Oh,
I don't know if you played those
ones? No,
I was so in on those ones.
No, I was too late at that point. Yeah.
Cheese finger.
Cheese caves. Can we get a little like anyone walking around in the cheese caves in Missouri? Underground cave in Missouri full of cheese? Not people are talking about it, but I don't know if we have raw video of it. Oh, here we maybe kind of go.
Oh yeah, I think this is someone that like mounted a GoPro onto their truck.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. It's not loading for some weird reason.
Freaking YouTube.
Google's like, you can't be seeing that. You can't be seeing that, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, they're really hiding this from the people.
Well, we got some photos of it.
Government is like, hey, who's looking
at
our cheesecakes?
Looking at the Canadians.
Looking at our cheesecakes.
Those cheaters. Those cheaters are trying to cheat us out of our shows.
True. All right, here we go. Let's see.
Down.
This is the entrance to the cave.
The north entrance.
Even this is GoldenEye, dude.
A little bit.
Running from the outside.
The outside.
Like a single player like mission in particular.
Oh, this is massive.
Yeah, this is like a huge
It's a complex,
infrastructure.
man. You think it smells like mold?
I hope not.
Does it just smell like fucking moldy cheese? Okay, well, that's a drive-through of, I guess, the drop-off.
Wow, they didn't even show any cheese.
You don't even get to the cheese.
Yeah, they're like, that's no. You gotta pay for the Patreon for that.
Yeah, yeah.
So is it craft caves, as in like craft cheese?
I have to imagine, like, that's such a weird thing
Craft
for it not to be
Foods
has
rented 400,000 square feet of repurposed limestone mine as a massive distribution center. Cool. Velveeta bright barrels of Oscar Mayer meats, Philadelphia cream cheese, Velveeta pasteurized processed cheeses, Jello, and Lunchables.
Okay, it's not the government cheese; it's private cheese.
Well, it did.
Yeah,
they did say there was a part of it that it's like now part of it is owned by like private entities, so they must have taken their.
True.
Here's our cave.
That was mentioned. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, no, that's one of those like. Okay. Well,
less about the cheese cave and more about agriculture being completely and utterly fucked.
Yeah. I did not expect that from the cheese caves.
When you're losing all your topsoil and your arable lands, and yeah, that's gonna.
Why are cheese caves a thing anyway? Are you paying attention? we just went over this.
Reagan.
Because trickle down, crack in the hood. Duh. Come on.
Come on, keep up, folks.
All right.
What do you think? What are you thinking?
My turn over here. Yeah. There's a couple of places to go here. Let me just check us off. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one because there's a bit of there's a two pair.
Okay.
I'm going with the micronations of Australia.
That is one I was kind of eyeing up.
And there's a complementary secondary one talking about
twofer.
The concepts over here. All right. Once again, unknown soldiers. Eternal gratitude for your work. The micronations of Australia. Prelude. I was searching for weird stuff on Wikipedia to try and keep this going hot. stumbled upon a list of weird Wikipedia articles on Wikipedia. One of them was micronations. Clicking on it revealed that that Australia had a buttload of them for some reason, and that's where I started reading. I'll leave this list in the comments if anyone's wondering or wants to help me get the sub-rolling. Thanks a ton either way. Micronations of Australia. So, Australia has over like 15 micronations. I didn't know that. In fact, the only micronations I knew of were Sealand, and well, that's it. Pause.
Yeah.
I was just saying.
Yeah, you were just talking about this. Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck is Sealand? All right. Tangent time.
See, it says micronation, and I thought it was like, oh, those like very small islands near Australia, because my aunt worked in Tonga for like a year or two, which is like a small island off of Australia, but it's not considered part of Australia, I guess, other than like maybe the like continent.
So they're small. There are small nations like that, like that, and like Tuvalu is like another one. Right, where it's just like a strip type of thing. But this is not that. This is like specifically like it's not
a person has claimed this little square of land.
Exactly.
Because the other part of when I hear micronation is, and this is where my fucking internet brain kicks in, because I don't even know if this would speak to either of you, is Kick-Assia, the old Channel Awesome movie they did, where it was a bit about there's one actual legit micronation in, I want to say it's Nevada. And it's one guy and his like house and his like 3 acres around him that he has claimed, and it's his little micronation. And they did like a movie where they did a bit about like being there, like in this person's like nation.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that idea is basically what this is, because this is a rabbit hole I went down a long time ago when it was first coming out. Sealand is a barge off the coast of the UK, and this dude, Roy Bates, right, the sovereign of Sealand, the first sovereign of Sealand, Roy Bates, basically got in his I think he found it by boat, and then it was far enough into international waters after World War II that it was considered not belonging to England. Anyone. It was undiscovered land because it was built too far outside the limits of
where's the line of like this ocean,
the sidewalk rule, basically, right? So after that happened, he basically went, well, if this is international land, I'm claiming it and I'm calling it Sealand. And then
so you brought this up and I thought it was like, oh, SeaWorld, like, to avoid legal troubles, made their own micronation. It's like, no, this guy just called it Sealand.
Literally.
Like, this is my nation of Sealand.
And like there's this whole crazy history to it, right? But like the way it was set up was so he landed and then he started bringing over with a helicopter. He put a landing pad, and then he started bringing over like material and electric generators and everything so that it could continue like being sustainable. And there's room for about 30 people, right, to be there, right? And because the law, like, they had set up like a radio tower, they had like pirate radio, etc. That was a thing. But there's a point where the UK basically was like, okay, what the fuck are you guys doing over here? And they came with boats up to them, and they basically and then they were armed, and they said, like, don't cross into our territory. This is sovereign land, right? And the boats kind of like backed off, and then they kind of came back around again and got closer, and then they fired warning shots, and then they left them alone, right?
Wow.
And because they left them alone, they basically went, okay, de facto, this is a demonstration that
this is my sovereign nation
according to international law. So no one has acknowledged it officially, but by not fucking with them, they're like, we are a nation, we are Sealand.
Yeah.
They made their flag, they made passports. They're like and he gave it for Bates, then like passed it on to his kids, then a family. There's a whole thing,
Yeah.
And it was kind of this wild story that, like, at the time, I don't know if it's still there. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
I mean, it says there's still, as of like less than 2 years ago,
But
there
like,
is still a resident on the
yeah, there always needs to be one person, otherwise it can be
taken over.
Which happens.
Squatters' rights.
Exactly, right? People try to do it. Now, I don't know if... this isn't... Like, there was an old website.
Principality of Sealand.
Like, where are we talking?
Not even like in printed font. You know he painted that stuff as well. It's just, you see the wave in Principality.
So, let me see if I can find this. Because, like, I remember the old website was hilarious.
Some, like, web 3.0, like, looking at.
Yeah, because literally it was... Because they were describing... Because one of the craziest things about it at the time was, like... Okay, yeah, all jokes aside... you can get a passport?
Oh, yeah.
What does that mean? What are
do you have to forsake your nation's passports to get rights to move in?
So it turns out that, like, for a lot of countries, if you don't have, you must have one passport. Yeah. So no one can,
you can't be unnationed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you have two, then the one you belong to can take it from you, leaving you with just one. Right. So there is a, like, if you fuck around, you might find out the hard way. Like, because if I'm like, I want to be a Canadian and Sealand, citizen, then they're like, okay, well, we're taking your Canadian passport, and now you fucking only belong to Sealand, and I don't know what the power of a Sealand passport is, Can we find the earliest?
I mean, no country has any grievances with Sealand, so like you're kind of net neutral any country you go.
So it got weird because there was an attempt to take it over. At one point, there's a bunch of people that like came and were armed and like tried to actually do it, and they had to like fight that off. And it got sketched because at one point, I think like the grandson or something to that effect. We just had it open there, but like there people started talking to them about setting up servers.
Oh,
because if you're international water fucking servers of some unknown
what are you gonna do? Are you gonna...
And now we get dark.
Yes.
Right? And so that was a whole thing about like, oh yeah, they can make a lot of money. And like, so there's someone that was talking about turning into like this tech kind of barge that would have all that, but and it was like, yeah, and it
all these companies move their headquarters from Ireland and start moving over to Sealand because it gets an even lower tax bracket.
It was going nuts, But like, yeah, like, okay, this is the newer version of it, the Principality of Sealand, and I think they avoided that. I think in the end, then none of that happened. But there was talks with one of the people about becoming like, basically, you're just that you're becoming like a fucking a pirate island.
Yeah,
like pirate cove,
yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever had my phone freak out like this because I don't use voice function, so
crazy shit with this. Mother Base was a Sealand reference.
Yes,
absolutely. Sealand is Mother Base 1,000,000%. There's a whole crazy history.
I mean,
to
it's
this.
roughly because when does
they got their own money,
and
when does Peace Walker happen? That was like set in the 70s.
It is the 70s.
So yeah.
It is around that time. Reggie, they made currency. They went all in with this.
Yeah, I can see that.
And like literally, like, so yeah, Roy would like leave to go back to live in the UK, but like it's like when he left, then it's like, okay, my son now has to be the ruler of Sealand and has to live here, and like they get supplies of food brought in by helicopter. And in 78 there was a coup d'etat.
Dutch and German men came to Sealand in the employ of a German businessman visiting under the guise of a business proposition. This transpired to be a ruse, as these men were in fact highly trained mercenaries. That's crazy.
When Prince Roy was away, they kidnapped his son Michael and took Sealand by force. These terrorists bound Prince Michael's hands and feet, holding him captive for several days before eventually transferring him against his will onto a fishing trawler. Following the trawler's landing in the Netherlands, Prince Michael made his way back to the UK to reunite with his father, Prince Roy. A plan was immediately hatched to recapture Sealand, codenamed Operation Trident. Sealand's most loyal and highly trained citizens were called upon, and the legendary Sealand Special Unit was born. The operation was executed a few short days later. It involved a daring dawn helicopter assault and culminated in the unconditional surrender of the invaders. The only true first-hand account of this event was recalled in Prince Michael's book Holding the Fort, available here. For the invaders were held as prisoners of war. During this period, the governments of Germany and the Netherlands petitioned for their release. Initially, they asked Britain to intervene in the matter, but the British government cited an earlier court decision as evidence that they held no authority over the territory of Sealand, stating that there was nothing they could do.
Hey, you wanted to be a free nation. You wanted to be a free nation separate from us. That's your business.
It was. Prince Roy released the Dutch citizens as the war was over, and the Geneva Convention mandates the release of all prisoners. The German citizen, however, was the holder of a Sealand passport. Because of this, he was tried on Sealand for treason, found guilty. He was incarcerated for an extended period of time in Sealand's jail at the bottom of the North Tower. Following this, in a sensational act of de facto recognition of Sealand's sovereignty, Germany sent a diplomat directly to Sealand via helicopter to negotiate the release of their citizen. Prince Roy, grateful that the counterattack had not resulted in a loss of life, released the treasonous German citizen in a move aimed at preventing the bloodying of Sealand's reputation.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That is actually insane. It's like, oh, you are a treasonous dog who got a passport from us and then tried to start a coup, so we are holding you prisoner until Germany comes to extradite you.
And again, it started as that little boat thing where they came through and then they shot warning shots and they said leave them alone, and they're like, okay. They had to send diplomats.
Yes.
Which, once again, they're not being recognized in an official context, but through again de facto interaction. You are contextually your own nation, right?
We now have to form a they now have to form an embassy, like a German embassy at Sealand.
It's crazy, right? And so if I'm not
literally fake it till you make it.
Yeah. And so if I'm not mistaken, what then happened was, in order to fucking stop this from ever happening again, they made a rule that says anything like this, like barges or lands or massive things out in the ocean, automatically belong to the closest existing nation.
Okay, interesting.
Right?
Okay.
So if you find some new shit, you can't just claim new shit.
This is mine, you know.
Discovery is over. And that's that. It belongs to whatever the nearest existing nation is. And what the fuck if you can pull this, who knows what happens if the right or wrong person sets this shit up, right?
Yeah, and they just start taking boats over. It's like, oh, you're in our water.
Yeah. Now again, there's a bit of a this thing holds 30 people tops. One highly trained SWAT team.
Oh yeah.
You know what fucking SEAL Team 6 ass,
this is not a
before breakfast
nation of power where it's like, oh, we could hold you at bay for weeks on it. It's like, no, two decently armed helicopters are taking this
one
down.
Missile, right?
Well,
yes. However, just the fact that
Obama's already calling the drones,
but in the meantime, it's like, okay, they're not starting shit. There's no problem, so fine, leave it alone.
Yeah, they're harmless
unless fucking Act 3, détente.
Yeah,
where Sealand gets a nuke. Now what? Right? Yeah. So this is
Sealand also has to disarm its nukes to get the true ending.
It's crazy, right? But no, that was the thing, is they made it so that everything belongs as close as whatever its closest borders are, effectively. And yet somehow colonialism continued. Funny how that works.
Yeah. This is kind of what I pictured from a bunch of people in the late 60s going into the 80s took over a little oil rig platform and called the nation.
The Principality of Sealand. Yeah. Who are the zombies? right? Who at this point, who betrays? We already have the betrayal story. I think if you put a Char helmet on this dude, he can.
Yeah, he could.
You know, I could see him piloting a sick ass robot. Yeah. Anyways, okay.
Well, that was another loss for Germany. They never talk about that one, huh?
They can't keep taking these L's.
They try to sweep that one under the rug, huh? No.
I mean, here, we can just roll right through. Extension of territorial waters, data and disaster, Crypto Libertas, yeah, and then Sealand today, yeah. Okay.
Was it shown in the Seahawks?
There's a team.
There has to be a flag.
Yeah.
Do we have a flag? Is that because I just see that like red in the background?
Oh, there were like stripes and stuff, right? Wasn't there?
There you go.
Like this thing.
Hell yeah!
The flag
That's a pretty clean flag.
Not bad. Not bad.
With unequal shapes. Not a lot of flags are this bold.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of breaking the mold on that one.
During the 2 years, okay. In early 1999, a group of American entrepreneurs pitched the idea of Havanco to Prince Michael. The premise was to establish an internet server farm on Sealand, which will allow users to operate free of draconian censorship, which is imposed by other nations. During the year 2000, in the midst of the dot-com boom, contracts were signed, capital was raised, and Havanco was established on Sealand, along with the bases in London and Amsterdam. Huge infrastructure upgrades began in earnest to accommodate the powered vast racks of servers as well as to meet the logistic demands of the project. Satellite microwave alerts are established. 25 staff from the US, UK, and Europe emigrated to Sealand, preparing for the launch of the service. Havanco took global media coverage, and the inception of the project was met with much fanfare. Proved to be the first misstep for Havanco. The launch of the service was beset by delays. Come launch of the media buzz had cooled. By 2000, it launched. Differences became immediately clear between Sealand's royal family and members of Havanco's senior management. Issues concerning acceptable user policy. I wonder what those might be. The year following the launch would also see Havanco's founding CEO return to the US, citing personal issues. In the latter part of 2002, Havanco CTO departed the company in acrimonious circumstances. With the fast depleting resources, Havanco was disbanded. In June 2006, a fire ignited due to anomalous failure of one of Sealand's power generators. Quickly burned through the generator room housing encompassing the entirety of the north deck.
Oh no.
A rescue helicopter was dispatched from the RAF with them to evacuate one of the Sealand citizens. Having been airlifted to hospital, he was treated for smoke inhalation and discharged the same day. Prince Bally had established a good relationship with the RAF air-sea rescue teams and had for years allowed them to run practice drills of airlifting casualties from the Sealand fortress. In the subsequent weeks, a team of no less than 10 were tasked with repairing the fire damage.
Damn.
An accidental fire destroyed all the server equipment and everything. Yeah.
Can we check the store, please?
Okay. I just where was it? This is a load-bearing sentence right here.
Concerning acceptable
issues
user
concerning
policy.
Acceptable user policy. We've invested all. What do you mean we can't marry our cousins?
They're so darn attractive.
You know? Well, that's what Frink's Build is supposed to be about. You know? Literally. Like, yeah. All right. Boy. What do we got?
They have the citizenship card.
Become e-citizenship. Okay, I remember back in the day there was a version of this, but it seemed like you had to like go through a bunch of
$14.
That ain't high. Become a baron or baroness, become a sir or a dame, duke or duchess, commemorative coin. Oh my god. Yeah, there you go.
Postage.
That's a decent coat of arms.
Man, not quite the same. There is one piece of merch I'm like, I should have bought it when I thought of it. Is I saw there was I think it was actually the PlayStation store was selling Concord hats. They were like the last bit of them, and I missed it, and I blanked out, and I was like, oh, I need to buy those, and I think about that every once. So I was like, man, I could have been repping a Concord hat. Yeah, now it's a collector's item.
That's a fucking sick one. Yeah, this football jersey kind of goes.
Bad.
It kind of goes. Not bad. That's kind of interesting. Yeah. Anyways, that is the deal with Sealand. Load bearing sentence, man. Oh, like that.
Wait, is Ed Sheeran the Baron of Sealand?
Oh my god, yeah, scroll
top,
up. Scroll up a little bit. Join Baron Ed Sheeran, Duke Nasir Yassin, Nas Daly, and many others in Sealand's exclusive community of nobles.
Why not?
Damn.
All right.
I could be a knight.
You could be a knight.
That could be fun.
You could be or a baron or a baroness.
Honestly, $40 to be a lord's not too bad.
Can you get it for someone else?
Oh, I imagine so.
I mean,
yeah, you just slap their name in. You get to.
Yeah.
It's like when it's like, oh, I bought a star and I put your name on it.
But I don't think. But this, I don't know if this is not real citizenship though. It's e-citizenship card.
It's basically like you could say you're
right.
part of Sealand.
Like though, I don't know what's up with it now, but like at the time I was first reading about it, getting a passport was like a big deal.
Yeah,
right.
To get an actual proper citizenship, you probably don't pay like $100 and like just type your name in the
PayPal.
So you gotta go through a process to get an actual
interesting
citizenship.
Yeah. I was just laughing because earlier I like tangent off, but like in relation to Epstein files and all that shit going on, the term load-bearing pedophiles was used.
Oh no,
because
that's so true.
It is holding up.
Everything is holding
structure.
up. What are you talking about? You're asking questions
Isn't
about
that
if he was in the Epstein files.
Isn't that a psychotic?
The Dow's 500,000. What are you talking about?
Load-bearing.
Stop asking questions.
Right.
The Dow's doing so good.
All right.
That's so wild.
Anyways, back to the micronations of Australia. I knew more existed, but I had no idea they were endemic to Australia. First, a definition. A micronation is a small group of individuals, down to one, who control a small area and claim to be an independent nation or sovereign state, but which lacks any recognition by states' governments. Basically, when 1 or 15 people, or somewhere in between, decide they're fed up with the government shit, they just make a new country and name it whatever apparently... just name it whatever, and apparently sometimes declares taxes and war, though this rarely results in literally anything. Lol. Some of the ones in AU are bound by the micronational community of Australia. Micronational? This is a little weird. This weird little board of micronations actually convenes at college-hosted events. I have no idea what they talk about, but I'm sure if they really wanted to, they could stir some shit up. Here's a link to their wiki. Some of the micronations of Australia are the Empire of Atlantium, the Grand Duchy of Avram, the Empire of Etukan.
Oh, that one is in the community.
The Principality of Spoonsylvania, established 2020. Some defunct ones are the Gay and Lesbian Kingdom of the Coral Sea Islands, dissolved in 2017 when gay marriage was legalized.
Wow.
Let's go.
Kingdom erasure.
Oh shit. The Principality of Hutt River collapsed in 2020 due to coronavirus. That's fucking
not for nothing. I'm kind of surprised it was only 2017.
That's yeah. Actually,
yeah, that's kind of late.
Yo. What?
Member nations.
Can
Kingdom of Blasdonia.
Blasdonia kind of goes.
That's pretty hard.
Blasdonia? Yo.
King Kevin.
I'm from
Yo.
I'm from Blasdonia?
Yo, what is this? The motto? Nothing ever dies. We will rise again. All right, I'm sold. I'm sold.
I don't get my passport. I wonder what their national heart.
I need to hear it.
National pastime.
Oh, we need to hear it right now.
Wait, does the anthem? Play again.
strong and noble, where dreams forever ride. With every step we take.
Is this a fucking vocoder?
It does kind of give vocal one.
We raise our voice together under a Blastonia sky.
Boo! Boo your fucking anthem.
What about the royal anthem, the Rising Sun?
United we stand with
a little vocal in that too. There's a little bit of that like
Blastonia, how can you disappoint us so hard so immediately?
I was half expecting some shit you'd hear in BlazBlue.
God damn it. The power of that name is so the Blastolian dollar.
What's the exchange rate?
Yeah, I need to know what the exchange rate is. How's it holding in the current market?
The Blastolian dollar. Banknotes. What are we talking?
Pegged with one Australian dollar?
It's tethered to one Australian dollar. Okay. So it is the same value. Oh my god.
Oh, that would be something
actually, wait, go back. Oh my god, someone in chat said the B, that's exactly what the One Piece uses.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They use belly and it uses the B with
Don't people use that for
line.
Bitcoin as well? Or like something similar? Isn't it like a B with like with two slashes through it?
Probably. It's probably just like people are like, oh, we can't use the S, the dollar sign, so just use B 2 lines. I just saw someone in chat say that's like the One Piece moniker, and God, I think they're dead on.
Okay. God, that fucking anthem sucked.
Yeah, that was disappointing. I was hoping for something hype.
On some, we are Blastonia, we carry the flame. Okay. Well, that name was cool.
That name is really cool, dude.
It was going. Can we hold on while we're swerving? Can we find out what the fuck is up with the gay and lesbian kingdom of the Coral Sea Islands?
They better have a slapping anthem.
I mean, this sounds like a fucking nation, right? If this was established, like the fact that it was dissolved when gay marriage was legalized.
They had an objective. They had an objective.
Did they win?
Okay. The gay and lesbian kingdom of the Coral Sea Islands, known as the Gay Kingdom of the Coral Sea, was a putative micronation established as symbolical political protest by a group of gay rights activists based in Australia in response to the government bill. Okay. Yes, straight up. Yeah. And so the nation only needed to exist as long as gay marriage was outlawed.
During the Brisbane Gay and Lesbian Pride Festival in 2003.
That is a hell of an announcement for Pride.
Yeah.
This year we're announcing. This year
if you liked Pride this year, don't worry, it's never stopping in the gay and lesbian kingdom.
Like literally the parade just marches all the way into the gates of the open nation. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, that's what it was. Declaration of Independence on a ship named the Gayflower.
A reference to the Mayflower.
Of course. Yeah, that's it. Now, my only question is like, where's the?
I am what I am.
Yeah. Let's go.
Got some stamps.
We got the stamps. Like, where's the fucking graphic
you want
design?
you want some like, okay, prove you're a country.
Give me some flair. Put some stank on that shit, you know? Yeah, okay, well, we just have that. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, okay, they didn't have... It seems like they got the stamps and they kind of got the flag there. Okay. Where were we? Some, like Spoonsylvania, have 2 legislative chambers. In Spoonsylvania's case, It has a Senate and a House of Commons, and some have small populations. Spoonsylvania has 18 people, and Toucan has like 36. A lot of them have stamps and coinage that is actually sold as tourism items. Others have farms, beaches, and other items that draw people in. These anomalous nations basically get to do whatever they want as long as they don't egregiously break Australian or international law. Thank you for that. We don't have to go into the Sealand shit. You just establish right away, like, no. Don't fuck around.
Yeah. You guys, as long as you're chill, like, you know, you can do your thing.
I will explore my favorites here. The Empire of Atlantium. Atlantium was founded in 1991 by 3 teens who took 10 square meters of a suburb and proclaimed it to be Atlantium's capital. They had an emperor and a prime minister spot that the 2 others besides the emperor shared. The emperorship was for life, apparently. Eventually the group broke up, and the emperor, a guy named Cruikshank, got an apartment after college. He called this apartment Imperium Proper and revived the micronation. Eventually he got enough money to buy Concordia, a patch of dirt he claimed to be the spiritual homeland of Atlantium. So far, Atlantium has stamps, coins, banknotes, a population of 3,000 from over 100 countries, though they do say citizenship does not override one's home country. And they have a minister position, magistrate, and imperial legate position as well. Some of their policies include freedom of international travel, abortion access for all, and the right to assisted suicide, oddly. Principality of Y. The Principality of Y stems from a guy who wanted to build a driveway in his house over an unused dirt road. The government told him no, so he claimed to succeed, creating the Principality of Y. He eventually lost the battle for the driveway in 2013. My guy is still a prince, though, and always will be. He even has his own crown.
That's a king.
The province of Bumbunga. Yet another one, this one defunct. The province of Bumbunga, wherein a British monkey trainer and a uranium prospector hated that Australia was a republic because he was a monarchist.
Wow.
So he did what any good queen-loving Brit would do. He succeeded in order to ensure... I think I meant to say seceded?
Yeah, I think it's meant to be secede. Yeah.
That at least some Australian land will always remain loyal to Great Britain. Its founder, Alec Blackstone, would serve as the territory's governor-general. He attempted to draw in tourism with strawberry plants, a lot of them. When that didn't work, he issued stamps, which were worthless outside of collection. And when that failed, he got arrested for illegally, not in his mind, possessing a bunch of firearms. In 2018... he still held true to his claim, though. The nation lasted until 2000.
Bring back Bumbunga.
Bumbunga.
I do appreciate that it's like the British in you is so strong. So mad that Australia is a Commonwealth now is like, no, you need a king to rule this nation
over this prison state.
Yeah,
long live Britain.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to live in a place where, as you are getting your independence and freedom, there are people who are like, no, but the Queen though.
But the Queen though. Have you seen The Crown?
And then you run that for a couple years, and then eventually other people around that person are like, but the Queen though.
But the Queen though.
Another odd one, though they're all odd, let's be real, is the Principality of Hutt River, owned once by Prince Leonard Casely, when he and the government of Australia got into it over wheat harvesting. He succeeded and literally declared war on Australia in 1977. He was promptly ignored. 2 days later, he ended hostilities. Not a shot was fired, and the AU government had no idea. Bitch, you ain't Sealand. You don't want this smoke.
That's right.
Sealand stood on business.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can give Sealand on a lot.
And got the respect.
They literally
stood on.
They came back. They took their fucking nation back from the hands of tyranny.
Yeah, they're like, nope, that's our land. That's our sacred land.
You ain't shit, man. There's so many more. Be they jests done by teenagers or legitimate attempts to flee Australia while it's going nowhere. Several micronations exist. Some are attempts by indigenous groups to reclaim land. Some are because people don't like taxes. Others still come from being gay, being upset over driveways, and a desire to the supreme lord of some land. looking at the sovereign state of Aeternia Lucina. Government doesn't seem to be in a hurry to do anything about them. They are, to put it gently, harmless to the AU Gov, but they do reap money from tourism, and they do have little micro-governments, and the whole thing is cute. I love it. Good job, Australia. I'll add some images in the comments for context. And every so often, I might dig into a specific micronation that would be interesting to... let me know. Feel free to do the same. The Prince of Y.
Whoa.
Tell me this man doesn't look wholesome as fuck.
Damn, okay. Yeah, he won me over.
He was the driveway guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is kind of on a similar note of those. I feel like it's calmed down a bit, or at least like I just don't see it on my timeline as much. Those people that are like sovereign citizens, where they get like pulled over for driving too fast, and they go, "I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't follow the American laws," and they're like, "Cool, you still sped in an American plot of land, like too fucking bad."
So that's all. There's a whole like I am not driving, I'm traveling. I do not adhere to your laws. You replace your fucking your license plate with some bullshit, you know, private citizen, etc. It literally ends the exact same way every single time, but a bunch of stupid fucking like basically like that dumb like that dumb unk, you know, or that dumb friend you've got. That's like, nah, you just got to say the right code language, and there's nothing. And
they'll just be like, oh, well, we can't arrest you because he said the secret phrase. It's like, no, that's not. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not how it works.
There's a couple subreddits for it, but I remember there's one that was like, it was something along the lines of like, yeah, sovereign citizen or whatever, and it's just like cases of people pulling that shit, and it never fucking works, man. Anyways. Back to these fucking bananas. Yeah, no, get this king his driveway, man. What are we talking about? Absolutely. The Prince and Princess of Hutt River. Wow.
He kind of has that shit on. I don't know he's got a look about him.
Yeah, no. You've got that face and that yeah, he's got some ancient slurs.
Oh yeah, slurs that have not been heard since like electricity started powering houses.
Forgotten slurs exist in the mind of this. Yeah, absolutely. George II, the Emperor of Atlantia.
Yeah, got a coat of arms.
The colors are doing it. Not bad. Little 70s kind of roll bounce colors. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of amazing.
Wow, maybe
damn.
You think it would work if we try to pull that shit? Build our own micronation?
The micronation of Versusia? I mean,
somewhere in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. You know,
yeah, exactly. No, you need, as long as your beef is petty enough that but you can stand on it. You know,
it has to lead into like a calculus by like whoever like local politicians are. Where it's like, is this worth getting in a fight about? Is this worth like putting any money into sending law enforcement to deal with it, or do we just let them do their thing? They're not harming anyone.
The Kingdom of Versusia wants, we say, bring back the old Pizza Hut.
Yes.
Bring back the old one. Fuck the new one. Right.
Yep.
The way it used to be when they had the fucking salad bar and the red cups.
We say this about all old fast food chains. So also bring back McDonald's how they were.
Bring back the Arch Deluxe.
Yep.
Bring back the Arch Deluxe. Yep.
Have you, speaking of just like rabbit holes on rabbit holes, have you seen videos explaining why so many fast food chains are now so void of that kind of unique architecture?
Oh, is it? No, I haven't, but if I had to guess, I would say, is it because of is it just what's the word? Is it prep cooking? But just the idea of like every ingredient, every new thing you offer is made of the same ingredients, just remixed.
No, it's because of like resale value. It's because if you don't have the big fucking, because like Pizza Hut's the best example, is because if you have these big fucking huge roof that is very uniquely Pizza Hut, it's hard to sell that as anything else because you're just going to be, oh, that's the dentist's office that used to be
McDonald's.
the Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
So that's why so many businesses now are that same, like, oh, we're just square, and then we have our logo plastered on the middle. So if you ever wonder why McDonald's don't have the big arches anymore and things of that nature.
No, the McCafe era where they turned basically turned into like a Starbucks style like building. Yes. I didn't see that that video, but I did read a thing that basically said McDonald's makes more money in real estate than they do in selling food.
Oh, I 100% believe that.
Through just value, right?
Because they have so many across the world.
Exactly. And then it's at this point it's a real estate company that happens to sell
burgers.
That's crazy.
I miss the KFC twirling buckets.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah.
Famous bowls. The famous bowl. I'm a big fan of that. Bring back the famous bowl as well while we're at it. That's what we stand on over here. And honestly, fuck Subway.
Why are we even mentioning that?
Yeah, I just there's a part, there's a memory in my brain back in the day of like getting the free subs after you get enough, and after school my friends used to go there, and I'm like, nah, there's no Subway to bring back. Fuck that. We're just we're done. Okay.
Subway before Jared, Subway after Jared.
And then there's that.
This is the one I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually the one I was talking about.
Paired with the subject matter. Okay, so you know a thing about this?
Yes, vaguely, but I think at the very bottom they do mention what I was talking about. But
yeah. Okay, so paired with this micronation concept is the Republic of Molossia. I'm gonna need some water in a minute. My mouth is getting a little dry. First off, I know it's Tuesday. It's not, but but yesterday wasn't a great day for posting. That said, allow me to introduce you to one of my favorite micronations, one with a rich history of battles, holidays, and intrigue, the Republic of Molossia. Located near Dayton, Nevada. Oh, this is in America.
Yeah.
Molossia was founded by a man named Kevin Bow?
I think it's
Bow?
Kevin Bow in 1977. Still active today, this 1.3 acres of land has a weirdly rich history. Started as a teen's dream that evolves through his time in the military and was partly inspired by the film The Mouse That Roared. Earlier, it was known as the Grand Republic of Wulstein. Ooh. I don't know. Vibes.
Why that? Okay.
Let's see. Hold up. Right? Just because your group ends with the word waffen doesn't mean you need to make a judgment about what it's about. Where Kevin Bow was the prime minister and his friend James Spelem was declared King James I. Eventually, however, it would evolve into the Grand Nation of Molossia after going through several government and name changes, including the People's Democratic Republic of Molossia.
Communist.
No shit. The Kingdom of Zyra, and the United Provinces of Utopia. Man. Anytime you have to remind everybody that this is the People's Democratic Republic of blank, that's how you know that it's a true People's Democratic Republic and totally not a despot strawmanning people at gunpoint, right? Here are some fun facts about the nation. They are at war with the former state of East Germany. Molossia argues that Ernst Thälmann Island, dedicated to Fidel Castro, to Weimar German politician Ernst Thälmann, and given to East Germany, as well as its lack of mention in the treaty on the final settlement of by the nation of Cuba, is therefore still East German land, allowing the war to continue. Okay, this is the most specific,
hyper-specific beef.
Like, this is on the level of bring back Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
Actually, bring back Pizza Hut.
This is someone's committed to it.
Bring back Pizza Hut is more vague than this, actually. Their national drink is the Molosini, naturally. The non-alcoholic mixed drink of Sprite, grenadine, and pineapple juice. Okay.
Not too bad.
Added cherries and slices of banana. I don't know about that. Orange and pineapple. All right, we're back.
Yeah, you don't usually do slices of banana.
Fuck the
in
banana.
A drink,
We don't need
but a nice like orange slice or a little like pineapple.
It's a fruit punch, but the banana is like a thickening agent. That, like, if you want a thicker drink, then maybe orange or pineapple. Well, pineapple is the tartness. I don't know about the banana,
Slices of banana, not mushed or whatever.
True.
Well, if you're doing it is a mixed drink, so I guess maybe if you're doing this in like a blender, but then it's like I don't know. I think you want something thicker if you're gonna.
Oh,
have banana.
okay. Yeah, in the
because I saw mixed drink initially, and I thought like, oh, they mean as in like you pour them in and maybe you do a little stir, but then they mean like an actual like blend.
Slices of banana is I just
still a little
no, thank you. The currency is called the Valora and is issued. That's a fucking Game of Thrones ass name. And is issued by the Bank of Molossia and is divided into 100 futres. It comes in denominations of 1, 5, 10, and 20, with plastic coins ranging from 1 to 30. Valora is also valued to Pillsbury chocolate chip cookie dough, with 1 tube of cookie dough, 30 ounces, being equal to 5 Valora. In 2010, Molossia participated. So inflation.
Yeah.
Molossia participated with Channel Awesome, who created the nation of Kikassia, which through a 2-day war overthrew Bao and raised their own flag before they themselves were ousted. What was that video about?
It was like so you know who like the Nostalgia Critic is as like an online entity, right? So back in the day, he had like a conglomerate of other creators, a part of their brand called Channel Awesome.
Okay.
And for a big anniversary movie, they got all of the creators and reviewers in to do a movie. They basically just scripted a movie, and the whole bit was, oh, we as reviewers are going to take over this small nation of Malaysia, and that's the movie. And then it's just like, oh, and then it just becomes like, oh, they are infighting, and eventually they're kicked out.
was the war was like real, or was
no? This was like a bit. It was like an actual like filmed movie scripted with like bits and stuff.
But they did establish a micronation.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But the fact it is like, no, they actually did like that is the craziest thing about watching the movie, is knowing that's like, no, Malaysia is a thing. That's not some bullshit they made up on the spot. So I'm pretty sure Kevin Bao is in that movie. Like, I'm pretty sure he's in the movie when they like go to war with him.
Okay.
So they like, I don't know how they organized that, where they called him up like, hey, we got like a fun movie idea. Can we take over your nation?
Okay. So it's like a bit, but it's also real.
Yes.
What an interesting concept.
I know, right?
I see. Does he pay property taxes? Well, no. According to him, he pays out foreign aid to the U.S. in a suspiciously similar amount.
Such a good way
that was once his property taxes.
Oh, that's so good.
The U.S. does need it, to be fair.
Yeah, he's like, you guys are struggling.
Yeah.
We'll send you aid every year.
Molossia.org is their website, where you can find holidays such as the Molossophone Day, where they celebrate their national instrument, the Molossophone. Chocolate Mint Day, Mardi Gras, Day of the Dude, yes, from the Big Lebowski. Space Day, where they celebrate their space program consisting of model rockets. Moon Pie Festival, Day of Merriment, his wife's birthday, which I love, and Guy Fawkes Day, and many more.
Day of Merriment's good. That's strong.
Yeah.
I wonder what a Molossophone is.
I mean, more like Day of the Overrated.
Ooh.
Anyway.
I'm not gonna argue too much on you, but you can fight that battle on your own.
I'm just gonna ignore that. You know.
Oh, we're going to the main cam.
Let's see. No. We're taking a look at what the Molossophone might be.
Is it even coming out of something? I see a mellophone.
It appears to not exist as a single.
They're keeping that tech hidden. They're keeping that tech hidden to themselves.
All right.
It might be on their webpage.
Why do you have to dress like... Okay, you...
He does dress like that. He does dress like that. In the movie, that is what he dresses like.
God damn it. God fucking damn it.
It does say at the start of the thing. It's
do you
he was
have
in the
the
military.
warlord? Do you have to do it?
Hey, it looks nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Every single time,
It looks really good.
and you got to do the shades too because for some reason, lots of badges, big old hat, and the shades.
Yeah, the big aviators, the big.
fucking.
I like how the latest news is like went to Mexico.
It's just his blog. It's his blog.
The Mustang Christmas.
That's
yeah.
great.
These colors are
Fight the war with East Germany.
Buy war
bonds.
I love this guy.
Yeah, so 1 million visitors from the US and then 700,000 from China for some reason.
Oh my god,
That's really
such
high.
a
That's
huge
what's
spike.
happening.
They had a huge spike in visitorship after the Channel Awesome video.
China be traveling, Reggie.
Oh,
China be
yeah,
traveling.
they are.
They're moving.
They're like, yo, Molossia,
Destination.
You know, we're tied with you. We also send
our
aid to
day
America.
will come.
Damn. I wonder if there's like a.
We need to start messaging Carney, see if we can get like an embassy, a Canadian embassy over there.
Molossia.
Yeah. I get every fucking African warlord, man.
Yeah.
Just every or like North Korea shit and always okay. Well, yeah. They're doing it.
The Molossophone.
There you go. The naval infantry. Here we go. That
I like kazoo for
It's a
scale.
Kazoo in a trumpet?
It's the one on top. I'm pretty sure. I think it's this
kazoo for
for
scale.
scale. Oh no, types of Molosophones. So those are two different
They
ones.
took a kazoo and
A replacement was in order, and the kazoo, renamed the Molossophone, was selected. But why? Okay. I
Now we
look
have a playable
above.
national anthem instrument. One can expect to see the Molossophone humming forth at every national event and any other opportunity.
Get the fuck out of here. You didn't even invent your own instrument. That's bullshit.
The old national musical instrument, wind chimes, could not actually be played and had at any rate blown away in the direction of Utah.
All right, motherfucker. Let's hear that anthem. Let's hear it. Is it we go?
I think it's just appearances in media. This is
Okay.
them showing their credibility.
Because I'm like, I want to judge you on how that sounds. Because if fucking Blazizonia,
Yeah, Blazonia.
whatever, Blazistan, God, you gotta have it somewhere. No.
National symbols, maybe? No, it would just be things, right?
You think you'd have it up front, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Molossia.
I'm gonna look for it. Esperanto as the language. English, Esperanto, and Spanish. That's crazy. That's sick. Esperanto, you know the deal.
Which one's that one?
Esperanto. Here we go.
Oh, that's the what was meant to be like a new global language.
The global
right?
language,
Yeah.
exactly. The language that anyone can learn in 2 weeks' time, and it was invented in like recent years.
Yeah.
As an experiment, 1887. There you go. The globalist language. Soros. Okay, let's see. Molossia?
Yeah, something like Fair Molossia.
Fair Molossia is our home.
We got one.
We got it.
They got a YouTube page for it.
Oh, let's go. It's in fucking old 4:3 format.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Everybody stand up for the national anthem.
I like those colors.
Are they gonna sing?
Beneath the western sun, a country proud, a nation next to none.
An
An oasis amid the desert sand.
Standing
tall in this uncommon land. From the mountains high down to valleys wide, our flag of blue and white and green it ever flies, where the hawks and mustangs roam. Fair Blasia is our home. Treasured land of wind and sage and mighty dreams. Our country strong and free and proud, it reigns supreme. Fair Blasia is our home. Fair Blasia is our home. Bars!
Bars, Kevin, bars.
Bars!
You know
That's
what?
a fire anthem.
That was pretty
That's
sick.
a micronation if I've ever seen one.
Crushed it. Fuck Blazblunia.
Yeah.
That's an anthem.
Molossia all day.
Let's go. I am
Sorry,
sold.
current labor force 50%.
Employment?
He has a 50% unemployment rate. What's happening?
50% unemployment's pretty fucking high. Damn. Literacy rate
Population?
75.
Population 37.
Okay, hold
36
up.
humans, one dog.
Hold up.
Is that him calling out someone for being illiterate?
All right. Hold on. We need to because okay. Literacy rates. What are we comparing to here?
What you looking for?
Like US okay, this what are we seeing here? 79% according to a sketchy AI overview. What's the source on that? National Literacy Institute. On average, 79% of US adults nationwide are literate in 2024. Okay. Molossia is at 75%.
Yeah,
Comparable.
they're comparable to the US.
Elections, none.
This is a kingdom.
This
You
is
will respect your
suspicious.
emperor.
You know what?
Suffrage, universal at 18 if there were elections.
Which there aren't.
Because
Okay.
it's a perfect system.
Okay,
Yeah.
so so like women's suffrage is a thing if there were elections,
Yeah.
but there are no elections, but we would respect it if we did, which we don't. Yeah, okay. I tell you what though. I'll let half of that slide on value of that anthem.
Yeah.
That anthem was sick.
Yeah, you're gonna sing it for going to bed.
The fact that we could figure it out meant that it worked.
Woolie will respect anything Russia does because they got a fire anthem.
I mean,
I see. Man, the old one was pretty fire too.
Have you seen the Albanian flag?
It's pretty fire.
Pretty
fire.
With the
Like
bird.
whatever the fuck you got going on. I don't know much about Albania, but I do know this. This is a fucking flag.
Yeah.
Look at that shit.
I mean, have you seen the Wales flag?
That is also some let's see. Like that is also the flag of the villains in your sci-fi, space opera.
That is a real "Are we the baddies?"
That is a Are we the baddies flag. True.
So like, man, that looks badass.
But a jacket with that on its back? Let's go. Oh, yeah, okay.
Man,
Just
Wales, you're not that cool.
Straight up dragon. Yeah. I mean,
because you think about this, and they didn't include this in the United Kingdom flag. They're like, we're gonna take a bunch of other stuff from Scotland
because it's more of a coat of
Britain.
arms thing.
And then they look at
right?
this like, I don't know if we're gonna fit the dragon in.
The Isle of Man flag.
What the heck is that?
Look at this shit.
Was that a group project? What was going on?
It's a persona boss.
I was doing the leg.
bit,
No, I was doing the leg.
It's a persona boss, dude.
Fuck, we all brought in leg.
I am thou art I. Yeah, okay. All right.
Oh, there's a head in the middle one.
And this one over here?
One, yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, I think there's a better close up on that in the Reddit post there.
Is it like the other side of it?
No,
we're just seeing a starfish.
This is phase 2.
Yeah, you break all the armor on the
legs. You break all the armor down here, and then it opens up, and then you see this. But then the eyes start bleeding, right? And then it starts stretching the legs out and doing a spinning. Tatsumok Senpuke.
Bayo boss, yeah.
Absolutely
Bayo
Bayonetta.
boss.
And
Absolutely.
phase 3 after.
Yeah.
Well, it reveals its true colors.
No, you're not me. All right. That's the Molossia website. In addition, one can find info here about their war with Mustachistan. Okay. Oh yes, and there are medals and awards one can receive for valor and such from His Excellency the President as well.
Nice.
These are actual medal medallions, and I personally am dying to get one. Here's how they explain the Dead Dog War of 1999. Whoa, that's a name. On the evening of July... Can you take this one?
Yeah. On the evening of July 3rd, 1999, 22? Is that an error or something? Coward forces from the United States crossed from the Molossian frontier without permission and buried a dead dog in sovereign Molossian territory. The peace-loving Molossian government responded to this dastardly assault, initially with negotiation, to attempt to avoid an all-out war. Negotiations failed, however, as the putrid corpse was not removed. Therefore, the Molossian army was deployed to deal with this underhanded threat to our sovereignty. Siege was laid against our enemy using our secret weapon, the ceaseless chatter of a hyperactive 13-year-old boy. After 2 weeks of conflict, the siege resulted in the capitulation of the enemies of Molossia. The dead dog, now considerably more decomposed than before in the war, was removed. Sometime later, reparations were made to Molossia in the form of a wood garbage can holder. Today, the Dead Dog War battlefield and the new grave of the dead dog, just over the now fenced Molossian frontier, stand as a mute reminder of the horrors of war and of man's inhumanity to man. They liken it to the Cuban Missile Crisis.
I mean, that is an act of aggression, right? If you bring a dead dog and just toss it up,
they're seeing what they can get away with.
Yeah, you're exactly. You're pushing the limits to see what the fuck, you're slowly encroaching.
We're pushing the border a little bit,
seeing what's going on. Then you gotta have the slap fights between India and China. What are we fucking? I want to see. Sorry, before we lose our place, I want to see what the nation of Kikassia did as far as its graphic design goes and such. Okay, so the Kikassia invasion. I guess this is a summary of the events of the film.
Yeah.
An invasion force of 20 assembled on the eastern frontier of Molossia.
Is that Bison?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's how he dresses.
Oh shit! Actually.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Hot time in the desert.
Oh yeah, from what we know about the filming of this, it was hot as all hell. It was not well dealt with.
Was it Nevada?
Yeah.
You said Nevada. Yeah, okay.
Nevada.
Dry ass fucking Nevada. Yeah, that's brutal. Damn, against the fridge.
And they did the Cabedon.
Frigidon.
It truly was Tuesday. So the movie was a movie.
Yes.
But the events actually occurred.
Yes, within the nation of Malaysia, as you can see, they have documented this as a real event that happened.
Yeah. Okay. Look, man.
Wrestling,
of course.
Where is the line between kayfabe and shoot?
Speaking of which, you have an idea going on here, but your execution is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Right. This ain't no Bullet Club. All right. There's so much more you can do here. Take that idea, push it to the next level. Yeah. Let's go. Baron Fritz von Baal. Gotcha. It's just perfect. Esperanto is their second language, and the site even has courses for it. They claim China discovered Molossia 800 years ago. They also claim... Wait, is that why?
Is that why?
Is that why? Actually?
That's why they've had so many visitors.
That's why
they're a historical site.
Well, fuck. Because China discovered it.
It's theirs. It's theirs to claim.
No wonder.
It's theirs to claim.
Oh, well, that's brilliant.
Y'all better build that wall, America.
What a move.
Chinese are coming from Molossia.
What a fucking smart... That's a sick move.
No, that we're just building like Chinese like
relations,
training centers there. You know, for army. We're not like planning anything. You know, we're just there's just like an army base there. Don't worry about it.
Fucking 10,000 soldiers on that one bunker.
1 acre on the 1 acre. It's just 1 acre like land, but you can build down.
You can up and down are valid. Absolutely. They claim to be part of the legend of King Arthur. The whole site is an absolute treat. There's a navy, a war office, a space agency, a geographical society, the Molosian Railroad, the Molosian Post Office, to name a few branches. Intriguingly, there's a constabulary, an actual jail cell for political prisoners. Love it. Here's how they describe the prison. Adjacent to the constabulary is the Mary Molossia Re-Education and Rehabilitation Facility, otherwise known as the Molossia Salt Mine.
That's how you want to describe it?
Wherein Molossia's political prisoners are gently guided back from their erroneous ways while producing quality salt for tables across our nation. Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's good.
Gently guided. They have taken territory. Provinces outside their main homeland. They claim this is all functional in accordance with the Montevideo Convention of 1933. They explain, simply put, it states the nation does not have to be recognized by another nation for it to exist and be sovereign. This is the approach Molossia uses to deal with larger nations, as they do not recognize this. See our policy on sovereignty. Thus, it is logical to apply the same standard to dealing with smaller, unrecognized nations. It's the Sealand principle.
Yeah.
It's exactly de facto. If you don't fuck with us, but if I warn you not to show up and you listen to me, then you recognize something about my power.
Our nation, yeah.
There's something about my power you recognize, you know. Don't get me started on Radio Molossia, the nation's national radio station. I love everything about this place. They have several parks, including Red Square and Norton Park, their backyard. The gates to Molossia are called the Friendship Gateway. I highly encourage all to look at their website and enjoy the deep dive for yourself. One of the best websites on the internet, in my opinion. Everything about Molossia reads as a well thought out and charmingly eclectic. Did I mention their Tiki Hut Bar and Grill?
Whoa.
Wow.
Fantastic. Yeah. All right.
Glorious. Glory to Molossia.
Sounds like these were awarded in true conflict. Like this is the Dead Dog War.
Yeah, the Dead Dog part of valor.
Damn. Okay.
That's a man that knows what he's about.
What is the national dish? Great question. Did we discover that? I said it like 3 times, but I'm gonna say it one more time. I fuck with that flag.
Yeah.
I do.
That's a solid ass flag.
It's a solid flag. Let's see. Let's see if we can get the national dish. What do we got? Ackee and saltfish? Cookie dough. Cookie dough. Of course.
Okay. Yeah.
We knew this.
Because that's what we're converting our currency based on.
Yeah. We knew this. This is true. Okay. That ain't bad.
That was a good deep dive.
That was decent. That was pretty decent. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break over here. I'm gonna get a little sip in. I don't know if
I wouldn't mind getting a glass of water too.
Yeah.
A little parched.
Okay. And we're I mean that was a beefy one, so we can see these are ranging
we can get some content out of this.
Some of them are thin and some of them are thick with 2 C's. So we will take a little break and we'll be right back. Yo, yo.
We're back.
We're back.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, no, this is awesome.
Not for more holes.
Always. So, I believe when we last left, that was my choice, right?
Yes.
All
so
right.
now it's back to me.
Yeah. What strikes your fancy?
I think I gotta know about Japan's professional people vanishers.
That's what I wanted to pick.
Yeah, okay. Japan's professional people vanishers.
Don't forget to check these micronations and
True.
republics.
True. All right. Yeah, this the concept of this sounded interesting. Let me just clear where we're at. Finish loading. Sorry about that.
Whoa.
Okay.
So what do you have for us?
From Quality Rabbit Holes.
Wow, they still didn't delete their account? Is that what's happening?
This is an account.
Oh my god.
This is an account undeleted. Quality Rabbit Holes. The disappearing act of the Yonigeya, Japan's professional people vanishers. Running from debt collectors, running from the mob, escaping an abusive household, evading a stalker.
All of those at the same time.
These are the realities of millions throughout the world, and if one of those is just so happens to be you, you face an uphill battle to reach safety. But if this is you and you're in Japan, then there's a unique opportunity for you that's just one phone call away.
Oh.
Arrange a time, the place, and a scarce few things you'll take. And then, for a fee, when nobody's looking, the magic happens. A van arrives, they scope out the house. Is anyone looking? Is anyone home? Is it safe? And then in 10 minutes, you're a missing person forever. They call themselves the Yonigeya, or fly-by-night arrangers. They're quick, they're discreet, and most importantly, they fear nothing. Missing persons in Japan. Roughly 80,000 to 90,000 people go missing in Japan every year, leaving behind lives, possessions, family, and more. The numbers do even out, thankfully, with roughly 85,000 people being reported missing in 2022 and 80,600 found.
Okay, so those
it's just a common
4,000s
thing,
are the
you know?
people that just
But the discrepancy
business.
is the 4,400 people isn't overlooked. Breaking down the reasons people vanish, we see, according to Japani.com, that the majority of cases, 22%, are disease-related, most of which involve dementia. After that comes family-related reasons, 15%, business-related reasons, 11%, academic-related reasons, 2%, romantic reasons, 2%, and crime reasons, 0.5%. The Missing Persons Search Support Association of Japan, MPS, is a nonprofit dedicated to tracking missing persons cases in Japan. They argue that these numbers are too low and do not reflect the reality. According to their website, the number of missing people is well over 100,000, with many remaining unfound. Among these, there's a group of people who, for these or other reasons, choose to disappear. These are the Johatsu, the evaporated. That's cool.
Yeah, the evaporated.
That's a
Wow.
cool visualization word for it. Damn. They run from abusive households, gambling debts, stalkers, and when they're gone, they're gone. One might wonder how such a feat is achievable, to completely disappear intentionally without a trace. That's where a shadowed multi-million-dollar industry steps in, the Yonigeya. Privacy in Japan is a touchy subject. The Act on Protection of Personal Information, APPI, the primary bill governing privacy and data protection laws, lays out the groundwork for privacy expectations among Japanese citizens. Created in 2003, the APPI faced several amendments that came into effect in 2017, with further amendments settling in around 2020. This is a massive bill that limits the scope of obtainable personally identifying information, PII. The purpose of the bill, as laid out in Section 1, is, quote, The purpose of this act is to protect the rights and interests of individuals while ensuring smooth and proper management of the processes and services of administrative entities, as well as ensuring due consideration of the value of personal information and the fact that proper and effective application of personal information contributes to the creation of new industries and the realization of a vibrant economic society and an enriched quality of life of Japanese public by setting forth the basic principles for the proper handling of personal information, creating a governmental basic policy with regard to this, establishing other matters, serves the basis for measures to protect personal information, clarifying responsibilities, nature government law, establishing obligations, positions to handle personal information required to follow. God damn it, dude. I bet you all Japanese laws roll like that.
I mean, that's how laws in just like America are read. Like,
sometimes
legally go through, like, because it has to cover every annotation.
Yeah. To simplify, the API is a giant bill meant to safeguard PII and lay out the groundwork for PII handling. It's incredibly restrictive in terms of what PII can and cannot be used for. The Japanese government takes implementation of this law quite seriously, useful for protecting yourself online during transactions or legally even. It's also quite useful for the Johatsu. Enter the Yonigeya. Several companies built on the promise of privacy and evaporation leverage the API to their advantage in terms of making you disappear. I'm literally just thinking of Breaking Bad.
I was gonna say Walter, at some point, Walter,
you and your goddamn ego. You know,
you got a roommate.
Yeah. For a nominal fee of at times $20,000, reasonable when the alternative is your head on the Yakuza plate. These swallow-tailed suit-dressed businesses will arrange via phone call just for you a chance to fly by night. They advertise openly. One can search them on the open web, find their phone numbers, give them a discreet call. Explaining the situation is the easy part, however. The escape is harder, but fear not, for they fear nothing. The mob is stalking your home. The Yonigeya have what are essentially goon squads just for that. Should violence erupt, so be it, is the mentality. Abusive husband. Their expert surveillance teams will scope out the perfect time and place, at times when they know your spouse will be blackout drunk or plainly not home, to scoop you up in a van. Stalkers, in some cases they themselves will be stalked, threatened, and silenced. I mean, can we, like, just in that, like, can you make the husband be the one that disappears?
Yeah, I was gonna say, at that point, just, like, you're hiring bodyguards.
Can you just target that asshole and that? Yeah.
Can you make this guy disappear? I don't want to disappear.
Instead of your life getting disrupted, you know? Moreover, some simply cannot take the stress of Japanese business culture, especially as developmental schooling has taken to nurturing creativity as well as academics, which tends to have little place in Japanese business culture. Others simply want a clean slate running from mistakes. Whatever the reason, the Yonigeya are eager to assist. In a small, nondescript office in a small town of Shiba, just outside Tokyo, Naoki Iwabuchi works tirelessly at his desk to facilitate the Johatsu, carrying a plain briefcase that opens up into a shield loaded with armor and a baton. This otherwise normal-seeming businessman is a stereotypical Yonigeya businessman. Night moving is sloppy and there's always trouble. I don't think a day goes by without trouble. According to Iwabuchi, adding that he is always on guard for the worst possible outcome. According to Business Insider, Iwabuchi started his business in response to the rising amount of domestic violence victims who were unable to remove themselves from their situations. 90% of his clients are women.
That's
wow.
That's sad.
And yeah, okay. And again, due to
because the way it described it initially, I was expecting a lot more of it to be, I'm in so much debt.
The Yakuza are after
me. To get
me.
out here. The Yakuza are after me.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just straight up like, this is what's going on, and the culture around you is such that, like, you can't fix the problem.
Yeah.
So you have to get out.
I gotta bounce out.
That's fucked. Dressed as a window washer, a rug cleaner, a pet walker, Iwabuchi quietly inserts himself into the lives of his clients, just as many other Yonigeya do. The extraction happens on a set time and date, with minimal possessions in one's person. Photographs, wallets, may be a small pet, but little else. The purpose is to disappear without a trace. The trace being key here. In and out, and the client is gone. But what happens after the extraction? Where do these people go? We can find the answer to these questions in shaded alleys and discreet businesses of the shadow of large skyscrapers in Tokyo and Kyoto. With the help of the Yonigeya, the Johatsu assume a new identity, often with papers bought from an unhoused person who then fades into obscurity themselves and blends with the nobodies in places like Tokyo's Sanya or Osaka's Kamagasaki, 2-day labor districts where nobody asks who you are or where you come from. They live in cheap boarding hotels or capsule hotels that ask no questions. They work in what are called twilight economies, places in demolition, seasonal farming, or shaded quiet undercity shops. Their money is under the table, and their online presence is non-existent. They remain quiet, secluded, and unknown for the rest of their lives. Anonymity becomes the name of the game. From this point forward, they're on their own. The Yonigeya provide no further protection as the transaction is complete. Just as swiftly as they come, they go. Some Johatsu are found, many are not. It seems that that is exactly how they'd want it. Conclusion. It may seem far-fetched that one can pay a company to effectively evaporate their entire worldly presence. Reality is a strange place, though. There's a good cause for it. To escape can be to save a life. From abusive households to gambling debts to the mob, there's a myriad of reasons one might take out a last loan and disappear. The Yonigeya are simply there to ensure a smooth transition. Make no mistake, contacting them is an act of desperation and preservation, and yet it is a valuable last resort for those with little other recourse. For that, some might say they offer a noble service, despite their underground operational practices. Safe, efficient, quick, and discreet. This is the modus operandi of the Yonigeya. So while tens of thousands of people go missing in Japan every year, for some it's more a blessing than a curse. Interesting.
Damn. So this is a whole business model of people who erase their name.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. There's more than one, you know? I'm curious if it doesn't, the way it's described, it sounds very much like whatever your reasons are, we don't
That's
give a
your
shit.
business. That's your business.
Yeah, they're giving, like, you know, gambling debts, yakas are chasing you, also abusive husbands and all that stuff. But it's like, whatever you did, whether you're the good or bad guy in the situation,
you're in a desperate spot, we'll get you to another spot because we know where we're taking is not going to be great, but it's going to be better than what you're dealing with.
We're just Jason Statham again.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Yeah, I'm curious if we can just get images.
Oh, there's even a short doc about it.
Where?
Right where you're like on it. Just says short doc.
Okay.
Evaporated people.
The evaporated. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. 1 second. Looks like. Go fuck yourself. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. And that is set. And then this. Is this? Okay. I'm just gonna click around a little bit on this one. Japan's evaporated people. Yeah, okay. Interesting concept.
蒸発したい方は何もかもが嫌になって、そして、リセットっていう言葉がありますけども、もう別の場所で新しい人生やり直したいと思って。
For any reason.
だから私勝手に自分で出て、家出みたいなもんですね。家出っていうかもうあかんで自分の人生も。でも
20,000 is a lot though to like.
Yeah.
Like if your debt is less than that, but I guess the punishment is higher, then you might take that risk. And then there's the places set up for it.
Kamagasaki.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's areas that it's like, oh, it's easy to get like at least like menial labor to like keep you sustained because you are basically like dropped with like nothing.
そしてその中には借金を背負った人。
So that's where you find Pac, Biggie, Elvis,
yeah,
Jeff,
Janice.
それから家族と切り離されて、 出てきた人だから名前を変えているような
Are
人
you
も
the
たくさん
dude
い
with
る
the
そうです
briefcase
し
shields?
私は杉山俊樹と言います56歳です一応この教会の副牧師をさせていただいてます、この教会は、1955年にイギリスの宣教師によって建てられました
By day?
ホームレスの対象伝道者を対象としているわけではないですけども、場所柄そういう方々がたくさん来る逆にそういう人たちは来てほしくないという教会もありますけどもうちの教会の牧師主任牧師はそういう人たちをすごく愛しててで門を開いてきました、そのためにすごく労してくれるスタッフがいてそれでそういう人たちに神様の私はそう思います。
Evaporation is such a wild way to put it.
But you know, strong imagery for a term where it's
without a trace.
Gone.
Deuces.
Yeah, it is that one guy just like
yeah. Like, I kind of just this is what I wanted to see. There we go. I wanted to see the protagonist of the anime.
You want to see
the protagonist of the anime. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
A layer of armor inside.
Oh my god, let's go.
Oh, he's got a little baton.
Damn. I collect drunk husband teeth.
Trouble. There's
a guy. It's him.
Iwabuchi. Let's go. What a beast.
Well, I'm surprised he's showing himself like that, you know?
Oh, he has confidence.
Like, wouldn't you be like,
you were expecting
these are you looking for somebody
organization?
Are you like, hey, where is that guy? I know you did
I know
something.
you moved that guy.
That just means he gets the job done, Reggie.
Where's the water? Where's the water? Where's the evaporation?
He gets the job done.
そうですね。探偵業の関わりから、
DV
等の相談が増えてですね。それから、どうしても逃げるに逃げられないという女性の方が多かったので、
Rule number one, don't fall in love.
自社で全部やってしまうというところからの。
This is just a business. It's just a job.
はい。夜逃げとはね、DV で困ってらっしゃる方、ストーカーで困っている方を
And you have to disappear because of stalker?
Yeah.
Fuck,
that
man.
would suck so bad.
You have to
I need to
disappear.
reset my whole life.
So you can't report the stalker? You can't like just be like
there isn't enough
infrastructure to deal with it in Japan. To my understanding, I don't live there, so I can't speak.
Or just like prosecutorial power or
と、2括りあって蒸発
witness protection type situations. But yeah, when someone else is being a criminal to you, you have to change your life.
Well, I think option A is do that, or option B is you go to the Yakuza and go, hey, I have this problem. Can you guys deal with it?
Sure.
But I think that becomes the more violent.
The confrontational option is
exactly.
Yes. Yeah, but like a restraining order is not enough, you know? Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Damn.
Wild.
Time to disappear.
That motherfucker shows up in a suit though.
Yeah.
Ding dong. Look through the doorbell. Oh shit!
Oh, I'm
He's
going.
here.
I'm leaving.
Yeah. And then the drunk husband and the like, hey, get back here! Where are you going?
So the question is, are you bringing your fight stick? This really is you get what do you bring two things to an island? What do you
I've become more of a pad player these days.
Oh no!
Because the sounds were too loud
for
family life. so I've become more of a pad player. So I can fit it in my pocket, nice and easy. Also, this right here, this is a working.
Really,
this is a working leverless.
USB-C. Yeah.
Yeah, you got 8 minutes
of life. What are you taking with you?
Ooh, I mean, laptop feels like the closest thing I'd be like most value out of it, because I'm not a big sentimental person.
I mean, your phone can do almost all of it at this point, right?
I don't know, because I'm not really like sentimental guy, and most things I like need, I usually like have like in my pocket. So I don't really know if I'd need anything that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna like carry this thing out with me.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, you said fight stick, and I'm just like, realistically, I don't need that. I don't need much.
Do you need anything, Reggie? Is there any like non-negotiable? This has to come with me.
Afro pick.
I don't. Yeah, maybe just a comb, just so I don't look like a total bum. You know, just half a bum. But then, if I want to disappear and evaporate into the streets, maybe I need to look like a bum.
Yeah, that might be the tech.
Yeah.
It's gonna like grow out a little frizzy.
Yeah, and all like curly and sticking out everywhere. Like that crazy girl in Orange is the New Black.
Oh yeah.
Crazy eyes or whatever. A phone would be useful, but I would probably want to disappear completely. But it is useful.
Yeah, because your phone kind of, it does connect you.
You probably want to get like a dumb phone.
Yeah,
burner.
Get a dumb phone. Yeah. Maybe like a Rubik's Cube.
Honestly, not a bad idea.
Yeah, just fuck with that for a while. But even as I'm looking around, I'm like, yeah, nah, man. You know, that's it. That's about it. Interesting. It also happened. Just the fact that there is like a title for each of these concepts also just adds. That
is very Japanese though. You have to have a like term for it, and it has to sound
evaporated.
Cool. Fly by Night Rangers is the
That could be a movie.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is like the movie's called Yonigeya, but then the English remake is called
Fly by Night Rangers,
or it was called The Evaporated.
The Evaporated, yeah.
You know, Reggie, where are we going? What are you thinking?
Things that fall from the sky.
Things that fall from the sky. Let's take a look.
Boeing moment.
Yeah, actually. All right.
Yeah, this is sponsored.
From someone who has been evaporated.
Yep. Told too much. Said too much, had to disappear, had to be evaporated.
Things that fall from the sky. This is a show of good faith. I'm posting the script to this rabbit hole. Keep an eye out from Quality Rabbit Holes podcast on the Spotify soon. Oh, okay.
Damn.
If you're like me, well, I mean, how soon if the person is evaporated, but you know, they got gomaged. If you're like me, you'd like to play with slime, but like good slime is the kind you find buried in the back of a shelf in a Cracker Barrel, or just ordered off of Etsy. Okay, there was a trend of people making their own home slimes on TikTok and stuff, right?
Okay, yeah, I do vaguely remember that.
Wasn't that a thing?
Because I remember seeing something about that, and it just made me think of I don't know if either of you did this in science class, where you made, I think it's like boreal. It's like a mixture with the chemical boreal, and you basically get like flubber. You get like a real like malleable, like it's not quite slime. It's a lot closer to like a flubber like texture.
Okay. No, we did it. We made non-Newtonian fluids.
No, we didn't do that. Yeah.
It was like it's solid when you apply pressure, and then as soon as you release, it liquefies, right?
Okay.
But in terms of that, like this, I just bought GAC back in the day. GAC was like a toy that they sold on YTV. Actually, they had ads for it. I don't know if you remember, like it was gross your sister out marketing, basically.
I don't think of GAC when I think of YTV and slime. I think of uh-oh.
Yeah.
I was showing a friend that I was like, I
Yeah.
don't think you guys got this, because it's interesting to see what Canadian shows got over to the Americans versus what didn't.
So here there was GAC, and you bought these, and there's commercials for it. Nickelodeon GAC. I mean, same thing. Nickelodeon is selling slime. I bet you slime doesn't go into anyone's like consciousness without Nickelodeon getting involved, mind you. But yes, they sold this shit, and it would dry up in like a month.
It like turns into like a hard.
Yeah, this container was horrible at keeping it moist, but you did have a toy slime to play with for a while, I guess.
The problem with these though is, God forbid your house is carpeted.
Oh yeah, that's getting everywhere.
Because it's getting everywhere. It's losing its like plasticity because it's like picking up like fibers on the carpet, and then the carpet is getting a weird texture on it because of the slime.
But I just for some reason I remember, I guess I started hearing about like slime is coming back, and like people on TikTok were like making their own slime recipes. And I'm guessing that it has something to do with like satisfying imagery, perhaps.
It's that I think there's an aspect of it that I know a lot of like ASMR channels were doing stuff where they're like fiddling around with it, and it's like loud enough and malleable enough that it picks up in the on the mic.
That
and
makes
a lot
sense.
of people like it as like a satisfying sound.
That makes sense.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, goo is a tag, right?
Floam, fucking Floam. This shit
I remember
sucked.
this was ass.
It was nowhere
so...
near as good. Yeah, look at that. Nickelodeon tried and failed with Floam. Get out of here. It's all about GAC. GAC Nation. Fuck Floam. Scub. Pro Scub, anti-Scub. Right. Not to brag, I make my own sometimes. Of course you do. I don't know. There's just something so fun and tactile about it. It soothes the twitchy child inside me. Personally, I prefer more silky slimes, but I'll take crunchy too.
Crunchy?
Okay, you lost me. You lost me. The only time I won't accept is sticky. I hate sticky slime. I also hate that we're at the point where it's raining slime. Balls of slime, actually, or jelly. Slelly. Nice middle ground. You heard that right. In some places, it's raining slelly. Slime ball rain. Yeah. In an article called "The Blue Marble Mystery Reigns Over Dorset Garden," The Guardian reports that a man in Bournemouth, England, experienced transparent marble-sized jelly balls raining down on his house during a hailstorm. The man, a 61-year-old aircraft engineer, explains that he was about to toss some logs onto a fire pit when the sky got dark and turned yellow. Then it began to hail for around 20 seconds. During that 20 seconds, little blue jelly balls appeared on his lawn. Okay, every time one of these things occur, you hear about ancient stories about this, with the frogs and the meat and all that stuff. I'm just like, a hurricane surely rolled by and tornadoed everything up. And then landed in one place, right? That's the only way.
Well, I see this and I'd have to see what the like jelly looks like, because I'm almost curious. My brain goes more into like, at least in this situation, a more of like a weird weather phenomenon where it's like, because it says it hailed and like it was like a weird like, oh, you know, the sky turned a certain color. So it's like maybe it was like the water droplets are not cold enough to form into ice, but enough that they are able to hold like
some of the consistency
orb before them. So it's like you got like a weird like weather phenomenon that like happened in this one incidence that's like not often repeated.
And if it ever happened, then Weather Report can use it.
Exactly. He can drop the orbs on you.
Weather Reporter. Yeah. It just needs to happen once. Okay. When he stepped on one, it had disappeared. He describes them as very hard to pick up, almost jelly-like. It took a spoon and jam jar to collect them because the exterior shell was fragile and touching it threatened to break open its soft insides. The orbs didn't smell, didn't float, and a scientist speculates that maybe it was frog eggs. It might seem a little weird, but you might be thinking, what if the scientist is correct? What if they were frog eggs? Could they be Orbeez? Let's pivot to another phenomenon for a moment. 7th of August 1997, gelatinous orbs rained down in Oakville, Washington, which would come to be known as the Oakville Blobs. These clear, sticky nuggets of slelly were white, about the size of rice grains, and as disgusting as you'd probably believe them to be. Apparently, they peppered the ground during a slime storm. I hate this so much.
Storm,
I hate that you picked this, actually. I'm regretting that it was on the table at all.
Well,
a few days later, so it said, people started getting sick. Symptoms of the illness were described as being flu-like. One man reported having trouble breathing and being violently ill. According to the Discover UK article, samples were sent to Hazardous Materials Unit of the Department of Ecology in Washington State, who found a strain of bacteria in the blobs that can infect the human digestive tract. Doesn't quite line up with the flu-like symptoms many people reported, but either way, the blobs were bad news. Worse, 5 more reports of slime ball rain allegedly cropped up in the surrounding area. But this is the point where I tell you I don't know what actually happened. The slime balls in the UK seem to be quite real, less sure about the Oakville blobs, and the Washington State Department of Ecology claims to have no record of blob sample it apparently received. There are no concrete answers to what really happened in Oakville. Either way, these 2 weird instances of slime ball rain really stuck with me. And as I said before, that's the only kind of slime I hate, so naturally I had to know more. So I grabbed a shovel, started digging, and my quest to uncover what these jelly balls were, discovered what a star jelly is. Star jelly. Let's pivot for a moment. Star jelly is a scientific name for what the fuck is this goo on the ground and where did it come from? It's a gelatinous jelly found in nature, often on grass, and less commonly on tree branches. Star jelly is white-gray, slightly translucent, and evaporates quickly upon falling. All of this is interesting to me, but the most curious part about it is nobody knows exactly what star jelly is. There's a few explanations and theories. Some posit that it comes from frogs or toads or worms or even colonies of cyanobacteria. Others say it comes from the fruiting bodies of gelatinous fungi, or that it's the byproduct of amoeba masses or slime molds. It could, some say, be industrial byproduct or waste, but nobody seems to just know. Curiously, reports of star jelly date back to the late 1200s? John of Gaddesden, a very old man who is likely dead, wrote in the 1300s of Stella Terrae, describing it as a certain mucilaginous substance lying upon the earth. He suggested it could be used to treat abscesses, though how many people found a cure in space goo I do not know. One can find mention of star jelly in ancient Latin, Arabic, and even Welsh texts. Several of these texts refer to the substances as having fallen from meteors, hence the name star jelly. And I suppose that if I had been a 14th century peasant, and little clumps of goop started turning up in my garden, especially after a meteor shower, I might assume the same thing. But that's the folklore of it anyway. As I said, nobody has a good concrete answer as to what it is, though a poet in 1910 by the name of T.M. Hughes observed that the jelly, quote, seemed to grow out from among the roots of grass. Not to ancient aliens, you all, but is it possible that Oakville blobs were star jelly? I'm going to say maybe, but that still doesn't explain what the Burnsmouth orbs were. For an answer to that, I had to look elsewhere. The moment I hear about shit growing from grass that's like on the ground in that way, I'm thinking of biblical manna from heaven.
Yeah. Well, I see star jelly and I'm like, that sounds like some like Tales of item.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
sure.
I need to
go collect that side quest.
Well, I'm thinking more like a item you use for like recovery. Like I'm thinking like, you use your star jelly to like increase your like
some
MP because you're low.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Indian blood rain. Fuck. My dad Blood Sun Vendetta. My dad actually turned me onto something at this point. I was telling him about this rabbit hole. He mentioned something called Indian blood rain. I didn't believe what I had heard at first. It didn't sound real. Obviously, I had to start looking into this too. And while it may seem like a detour, I'll tie it in quite nicely in the next part, I promise. For this section, we head to Kerala, India. On a lovely cloudy July day in 1957, or September 2001, or June, November, and December 2012, it began to rain. What would have otherwise been a normal, if wet afternoon, however, quickly turned into what may as well have been an apocalyptic warning. It rained blood. Well, okay, it wasn't blood per se, but the scarlet shine of the raindrops could easily be mistaken for hemoglobin. Either way, a red mist rained down on India's Malabar coast. probably spooking the shit out of the locals. It would spook the shit out of me, honestly. I'd assume we'd accidentally release some kind of ancient demon with plans to usher 1,000 years of blood and darkness. Correct. At first, speculators guessed the blood rain stemmed from a meteor that had broken up in the atmosphere from above the clouds, and the discoloration was the result of space rock debris. However, botanists analyzed samples of the rain and discovered that much like blood snow, which are red streaks found on glaciers, blood rain was a downpour of algae, specifically a lichen called Trentipolia. Trentipolia is rich in carotenoids, which gave the rain its red pigment. However, for the rain to have turned red, the lichen grows in local forests that... Is it lichen?
I think it's lichen.
Yeah.
The lichen growths in local forests would have had to have all entered their reproductive cycle at the same time, an improbability as noted by scientists at the Center for Earth Science Studies, or CESS, who examined samples of the rainwater in search of its origin. CESS also found no satisfactory explanation for the uptake of the Trentipolia spores in the atmosphere. There are a lot of theories on to how this all came to be, ranging from local weather phenomena to theories about a possible extraterrestrial origin. Point being, no one knows. My personal line of thinking is Trentipolia being a lichen that feeds on nitrogenous compounds and phosphates probably feeds on industrial waste in Kerala, of which there's a significant amount. In fact, Illur, an industrial suburb in Kerala, is considered a toxic hotspot due to its pollution levels, hosting one of the most polluted waterways in the world, being that of the Periyar River. And in the Periyar River, Indian manufacturers dump their industrial toxins, agricultural runoff spins onto the waterway, and domestic sewage mixes with both. So a lot of nitrates and phosphates. Of course, Trentipolia is a subaerial lichen, not an aquatic algae, meaning it primarily grows on tree bark, rocks, and other natural scaffolding rather than being in the water. But it's my guess that the heavy pollution feeds it quite well. Trentipolia, it's quite fun to say, can absorb heavy metals from the atmosphere, alkaline from dust pollution, nitrogenous compounds and phosphates from wastewater, and more. Apparently, algae are known for being pollutant eaters. This might explain why it's so widespread and pervasive, and potentially, depending on how the pollutants interact with the lichen, it may also explain why they're spored at once. Though I'm no scientist, of course, and the speculation is best left to professionals, but we're allowed to spitball if we want to, and I spatballed, and that has something to do with pollutants. Which led me to a wild pollutant, sodium polyacrylate. You see, I had a theory at the end of the Blood Rain detour as I read about pollution and specifically agricultural runoff, found myself revisiting the Burnsmith orbs, where I found speculation, assertions even, that the orbs were sodium polyacrylate. Sodium polyacrylate, say that 3 times fast, is what's known as hydrogel. You see, it's a polymer used in agriculture to store water and then slowly gets released into the soil. This is particularly handy if you're farming in dry locations and you need to stretch all the rain and water you can get, though. It is used quite widely in agriculture. This compound can also be used in energy production, where it can separate oil and water while fracking shale, and can also be used in drinking water as something called a flocculant, which helps keep water from congealing. Finally, it's used in diapers to absorb urine. Oh, okay, I know what that is. Yeah, okay, that's the thing that turns it into like the gel state. Yeah. Right. So very absorbent, helps keep water separated, parses oil from water, and stores that sweet hydration in the soil. Sidebar, but like we bought some while we were on the road going to New Brunswick, we bought some shittier diapers, and the difference is crazy in their absorbency, and kind of just like they just felt heavier and wetter and like a bag of like water.
Yeah.
Versus the better diapers, you know, like your brand names that like legit kind of rubberize and absorb, and it doesn't feel anywhere near as heavy. So like this shit makes a huge difference. Interesting. Pretty handy. And so now we can perhaps see why the Burnsmith orbs appeared after a hailstorm when we add a few pieces of context. 1, they were only found in the garden, not on the roof of the home or anywhere else. And 2, sodium polyacrylate is an excellent hydrogel and very useful in gardening. If the moisture within a severe, if short-lived hailstorm hit those hydrogel beads in just the right way, chances are they would have swollen up and pushed their way out of the dirt. So case solved, right? Rabbit hole done? No, friends, we're smack in the middle of it.
Oh boy.
Having an answer to the question of the gooey British hydro orbs doesn't quite do justice to the topic of sodium polyacrylate, which may itself be the source of star jelly in the modern age, or slime ball rain, or any number of gooey sightings. It's a super useful compound, but one that comes with a pretty serious catch. Sodium polyacrylate degrades. It does this in many ways. Free radicals, or as I like to call them, bouncy protons, from the sun interact with sodium polyacrylate, knocking off electrons, changing molecules, and altering the chemical structure of the compound. Another way it degrades is through the bacteria in soil, which it uses sodium polyacrylate as a carbon source, effectively consuming its carbon and shifting its makeup. Time, of course, is another one. And finally, squeezing pressurized oil through a small hole. Don't forget, it's used in fracking too. It's used in fracking. Does it too. Hold on, I lost that sentence.
Squeezing pressurized oil through a small hole.
Don't forget, it's used in fracking. Does it too.
Yeah.
And when it degrades, one of the potential chemicals it becomes is acrylamide. Acrylamide is a carcinogen found in cigarettes. Look, I'm not a chemist, just a goober with a shovel, so please do not start freaking out that your drinking water may have left you that you left on a sunny windowsill is going to turn into a liquid cigarette. I mean, will it? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know everything, but I highly doubt you have to worry. However, I do want to dig into the implications of this. Yes, I kind of tricked you. We were talking about the weather, and now we're in a chemistry lesson from the world's least qualified teacher. But I make you this promise. I did my best to understand what I was looking at. I'm sure if I got some of it wrong, I'd love to speak to an actual chemist about this. Still, for a layman, I probably did a half decent at best, if not non-lethal at worst. So back to sodium polyacrylate. First of all, researchers have found that high concentrations of acrylamide, one of the cancerous breakdowns of chemicals of sodium polyacrylate or oil production, which I mean, oil never leaks, right guys? We've never faced the serious consequences from an oil spill. So that silly little notion aside, we have to move on to agriculture. There are lower concentrations of acrylamide in soil that's been stuffed with sodium polyacrylate, but it's still there. Plants will absorb in their roots as well, which can still obfuscate better understanding of the chemical's degradation in soil. In fact, high levels of acrylamide have been found in French fries for some reason. Beyond that, potatoes in general. Why? I have very little answer to that, but my guess is starchy vegetables absorb the compound a lot easier than more leafy vegetables do. Some suggest the heat of the oil to fry the potatoes degrades the absorbed compounds into acrylamide, but I do not have the answer to this. Still pretty widespread. I'm kind of just locked onto like, how does something at like that point evaporate?
Yeah.
You know?
Like where does it break down?
Where we go? Yeah. It's in your drinking water too. How I said sodium polyacrylate keeps your water from congealing. Well, we had to put regulations on that to keep our water system from flooding with acrylamide, which can linger for up to 2 months in a closed system. Typical guidance states that drinking water has a limit of 0.5 parts per billion, though the EU, notably stricter with this sort of stuff, sets it at 0.1 parts per billion. Guidance exists for commercial products as well, with a tolerance level set at 100 to 500 parts per million, as well as for the soil, where the maximum is 70 parts per million. This isn't stuff you want to see a lot of anywhere. Now there are ways to degrade it even further. Ozone is fairly effective, as is chlorine, which is used the most. In fact, drinking water has about 1.5 parts per billion in chlorine, mainly to mitigate bacteria and break down unwanted chemicals. Only thing is, as I was reading, I found out chlorine mixed with acrylamide degrades the acrylamide into chloroform. Ooh. An astute observer might realize, hey, we use potassium polyacrylate in industrial farming, and that would be correct, my young, unfortunately placed student. Of course, when potassium polyacrylate comes into contact with calcium, it breaks off the potassium part of the equation, leaving the polyacrylate part to degrade into acrylamide, and then we're back at square one all over again. Before I continue, I need to reiterate that I am open to correction by someone more knowledgeable than myself. I do not know what I'm talking about when it comes to chemistry, and right now I'm mainly regurgitating things I've read through several studies, articles, papers, and I'm hoping that I'm being coherent. Anyways, always fact check me. If I'm right, however, then polyacrylate doesn't just break down into acrylamide, it breaks down into aldehydes too. We're getting way into the chemical breakdown on this. And I am speed reading where we're going. Talk about the rain.
Yeah, this is definitely like a rabbit hole of like, oh, I was looking into this, and then I got like
the person got distracted by the thing and went into the breakdown of the chemical thing.
Explanation.
Okay, to go to the next header, it's probably not what you expected when you tuned in. I'd like to make it up to you by digging into a few other times where it should follow. Thank you. Okay, you admit you're aware we're gone.
This is a moment in scripting where someone's gonna come to me and be like, yeah, I know you think that this part's interesting. You could cut this like entire section out because it's like it's just stuff that you think is interesting, but it's not adding to your overall message.
It's the detour that was taken and then away from the thing. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes it rains fish. Water spouts will suck up fish into the clouds, where the wind takes them for a ride into a rainstorm, and then it proceeds to drop some funny smelling raindrops. That's the fish on any given place. This can happen up to 40 times a year, and sometimes it's not fish, it's frogs. Yes, Magnolia. Yeah. Just imagine walking home and it starts to rain when suddenly a largemouth bass smacks you in the face. At least you'd have dinner, I suppose. There's an incident called the Kentucky Meat Shower when, you guessed it, meat showered down in Kentucky in 1876. This I heard of. This is fucking weird. On March 3rd, residents of Olympia Springs in Kentucky witnessed a rain of fleshy meat pelt their town, falling from a clear sky. Though the exact cause is still a mystery, the main theory seems to be vultures in flight began vomiting up their meals, which they sometimes do to lighten their load or to scare off predators. Apparently, when one vulture vomits, the other flock tends to vomit as well. That grossed you out? Maybe you'll enjoy this more. Golf balls have rained down on Florida, which seems fitting. The town of Punta Gorda in 1969 got hit with some water spouts near an abundance of golf courses, which sucked up the golf balls and returned them to sender. Money fell from the sky in a German town one time, fulfilling all our wishes, just in the wrong place. Surprisingly and frustratingly, the woman who collected it turned it into the police. I'm sure some of your days got a little darker with that sentence. So to make it up to you all, I'll tell you about the mud showers, which you get when you mix rain and dust storms. The dirt mixed into the water to create mud, which then falls from the sky. Happened in New Zealand in 1902, and I'm sure all the locals were happy about cleaning it up. That's about it. No shocker ending, no wild wrap-up, just weird rain. We explored quite a bit this time. When you boil it all down, maybe there's just some talk about chemicals, and the West is just weird rain. Sometimes you get a banger ending, the awesome one-liner. Pretty cool when one finally just falls out of the sky and into your lap. I cherish those times. But others, you get clouds, you get wind, you get rain. If you're really unlucky, you get a slime ball to the face. I'm surprised they didn't mention planes overhead with their toilets, which sometimes empty out, and in a couple of instances they have emptied out over people's houses.
Yeah, you just got like
that's disgusting.
And there have been lawsuits.
Yeah,
because there's literal toilet on my house. Yeah.
And you hope you can track it to the right plane and everything.
Okay. Yeah, that's that was all right.
No micronations of Australia.
Not quite. But I do remember hearing about the meat shower. I didn't know that it was concluded that it might have been vulture vomit, which is kind of fucking wild.
Yeah, because I immediately think, like, depending on how big the pieces of meat are, because I read that and I think like, oh, like a slab of like meat falls in front of you. I assume like a tornado hit, like a meat processing plant or something.
Every single one of these, that's my thought, is there's a bunch of wind that sucked up objects that are too heavy to evaporate, and then after nature like killed off the tornado, they just dropped
fall
everywhere.
Down somewhere.
Yeah, and it couldn't last like a half hour. Like none of these precipitation events are actually like persistent. It would just be like a single instance of walking outside and finding what happened here, Yeah, that makes way more sense to me. And I guess I mean, yeah, that's like, because full on frogs, like what the fuck?
Yeah, that's because that's a very specific like animal that it's just that. Because if it's like like all the animals of the ecosystem, that's like, okay, well that just freak weather occurrence pick something up, but it's just frogs. That's weird. That's when you're starting to go like, okay, where's the Bible? Where's
where are we at exactly?
Yeah, where's Moses?
Yeah. Okay, sure.
I think we're back to you.
All right. I think we got time for another one.
What are you gonna take?
That one was so-so.
I'd say so.
Let's see. What sounds interesting? Let's go with America's first attempted fascist coup.
Okay.
Do we have a date for this?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say which one.
1923.
I'm not gonna say which one, but
what's the first one?
23. So. The Business Plot.
Wait. I don't think it's that year, but we'll figure it out later.
Nope. Hold on. It was later. Anyway, it was not 2026.
Got it.
All right?
All right.
All right.
Okay, cool.
The Business Plot, or America's first attempted fascist coup. By someone evaporated. I shit you not, this is real. Also called the Wall Street Putsch, or the White House Putsch, like the Beer Hall Putsch in 1923. Yeah, you can throw the word putsch after a lot of things, like you can throw it after gate, you know. Led by Adolf Hitler of infamous testicular lacking. This business plot was the plan by the wealthy elite in the United States of America to overthrow FDR, the president at the time, and replace him with Smedley Butler as a dictator. I've heard that name before. He's like
that name vaguely rings a bell.
He's like a famous old soldier. Or something to that effect. It's like a retired Marine Corps Major General that they thought would be sympathetic to their whims. Yeah. The thing is full of twists and turns and ends with my personal theory that it never stopped. But to start, let's examine the perpetrators. Smedley Butler is also a fucking sick name.
Yeah.
That's fucking
Smedley.
Crazy cool.
Yo, Smedley. Yo, you see Smedley this weekend?
I don't know.
At your service.
Starts with SME, and I'm like, oh.
Is American though, right? Is not a as British as the name would imply. They included Gerald Maguire, a Bond salesman for Grayson Murphy, as well as a World War I vet and former commander of the American Legion. Robert Sterling Clark, an heir to the sewing machine fortune. Grayson MP Murphy, head of the self-titled banking and investment company and a board member to several more companies. Prescott Bush, wealthy banker who would go on to join the Republican Party in 1952 and act as a representative for the Connecticut. That the original Bush's granddad or dad, like it's the first one of the first Bushes.
The
beginning
the dad of George Bush Sr.
Bush or granddad, dad or granddad, yeah, something to that effect. Timeline wise, it would be dad, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. These are wealthy people who all know each. Oh my god, a Bush tried to fucking take over.
Yeah.
All right. These are wealthy people who all know each other, and many of whom were World War I veterans. These people felt threatened by FDR's critical of capitalism policies and plotted to overthrow him with the pretext that his health was failing and America needed a new leader. To that end, these people threw money around. Maguire himself would later approach Smedley and encourage him to run for the American Legion commander post, saying he had large sums of money to help him get there. Yeah, 1 second. Smedley Butler. Yeah, okay. Look at this dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I expected from a guy named Smedley.
Yeah.
Anti-war activist.
I did see people saying War is a Racket is a really good book. I feel like I've heard that.
34-year military career, Philippine-American War, Boxer Rebellion, Mexican Revolution, World War I, Banana Wars. Okay. Soldier Man of the Times. So we know they knew each other and conspired, right? But just how bad was it? Well, what if I told you that Maguire would actually go to fascist Italy to learn from their governing style? Butler would eventually testify before Congress, where he would say that Maguire came back and met with Butler several more times, even saying that at one point that very wealthy people had around $50 million to throw at the couple. Almost 1.2 billion in today's money.
Wow.
Yeah, that's 50 million back then. From there, Butler would testify that Clark confirmed everything Maguire had said and named other plotters, some of whom were among the most prominent and best-known industrialists, politicians, and military figures in the country. Source, ConnecticutHistory.org. Yeah, okay. More wild shit that Butler testified from the same article. Clark reportedly told Butler that some of those who supported the plan were willing to bankroll it were executives from the DuPont Corporation. They're famous for being evil about
That's not the diamonds, is it? No, that's the
beers.
No, it's their chemical shit.
Oh,
this
yeah.
A bunch of people that worked for them were getting cancer, and they like hid
evil
it.
chemical dump.
Evil chemical shit. Yeah, and their people were getting cancer, and they fucking covered it up. Exactly. The DuPont Corporation, including
Big poison.
Yeah, including Irénée DuPont. The Democratic Party's candidates for president in 1924 and 1928, John Davis and Al Smith, and several people associated with J.P. Morgan banking interests.
Would you look at that?
Big money.
J.P. Morgan Chase, you say? Of load-bearing fame.
Yeah.
Of load-bearing pedophile fame. Including Thomas Lamont, great-grandfather of Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont, Grayson Murphy, director of Goodyear Tire, Anaconda Copper, and Bethlehem Steel. Weapons and ammunition would be supplied by the Bridgeport-based Remington Arms Company, or Remington UMC, which had recently been taken over by the DuPont Corporation. Fucking money.
Yeah,
companies.
Money was being moved.
Conspiratorial-ass shadow meetings. God damn. These people wanted Butler to raise an army of 500,000 veterans to march on Washington and overthrow the government. Their plan to establish Butler as Secretary of General Affairs, a dictator with sole power over the government, as given to him through the force and eventually in legislation, leaving FDR in a more ceremonial role like the Queen of England or the President of Germany after the Nazis took legislative control.
Oh, they weren't even thinking like, oh, we're going to come in and just take over as president. It's like, no, you can stay around. You can stay around, but I say what gets to happen. You get to just be on your little throne.
The last democratically elected president is like the monarchy.
Yeah,
a legacy of the old ways.
Yeah.
But the new ways are here. At one point, Butler in his book, and like maybe that's supposed to win people over and be like, oh well, you know, they kept
have
him
a
around.
president,
and he does wave like this, you know, every once in a while. So. At one point in his book, Butler says, my one hobby is maintaining a democracy. They told me to raise 500,000 men for fascism. I would raise 500,000 more to stop them.
Damn.
Bars.
Okay. Bars, yeah.
Bars.
Well, yeah, 'cause this is a lot about them wanting him to do this, but not a lot about him actually committing to it.
It sounds like a bunch of rich assholes sat him down and went, we're going to make you God Emperor, and he went, yeah. Tell me more about that.
Hold that thought.
Yeah, just keep it going. Butler would, in 1934, report all this to the government officials, leading to the very hearings we're talking about. Yeah, okay. That's crazy. You have to let them keep talking, because if you go get the fuck out of here, then they move on to
the next one.
Who's like the Red Skull.
Someone sympathetic to what they want.
You know, Red Skull was actually second on our list after Smedley Butler. Damn. Okay. Butler would, report it all to the officials, leading to the hearings. But because there was no tangible evidence of the plot, no charges were brought against anyone.
Yeah.
Wow. Just the implication of what was going on. You know, just a couple of emails spelling it out for you. That's all.
Which I don't know. It's crazy to think that, you know, this is in the 30s, so like there was other big world events happening at this time. But like this is what, like 20-30 years before like McCarthyism, where it's like, oh, you are implied to be talking to some Reds. You're gone. Like, no, we don't need evidence. We saw you talking to that one guy. That's all we need.
But I mean, that was also with the wave of like newfound propaganda development at the time to like get into the spy on your neighbors. When you're reading a Reader's Digest, you know, if you cut out certain letters, it says Red's Digest. Can't be trusted.
Off to the gulags.
The freedom houses, you mean?
What was the Malaysia, the salt
mines. Exactly. The Malaysian salt.
To give salt to our nation's people.
Maguire was the only one forced to testify. He admitted he had in fact traveled to Mussolini's Italy. Otherwise, he denied everything. He would eventually die in 1935, quite suddenly, some say mysteriously, of pneumonia with complications. So was it even real? Well, this is from the final report of the Congressional Committee investigating this. I'll let you take what you will. In the last few weeks of the committee's official life, it received evidence showing that certain persons made an attempt to establish a fascist organization in this country. No evidence was presented, and this committee had none to show a connection between this effort and any fascist activity of any European country. There is no question that these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. This committee received evidence from Major General Smedley D. Butler, retired, twice decorated by Congress of the United States. He testified before the committee as to the conversations with one Gerald C. Maguire, in which the latter is alleged to have suggested the formation of a fascist army under the leadership of General Butler. Maguire denied these allegations under oath, but your committee was able to verify all the pertinent statements made by General Butler, with the exception of the direct statement suggesting the creation of the organization. This, however, was corroborated in the correspondence of Maguire with his principal, Robert Sterling Clark of New York City, while Maguire was abroad studying the various forms of veterans organizations of fascist character. Oh, the emails.
Yeah, the emails.
We got the emails. Literally right there. Yeah, okay, cool. If that's not enough, then consider that James E. Van Zandt, commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, or the VFW, was approached after being warned by Butler what these people were doing, and they tried to get Zandt in on it when Butler told him to eat sand. I think this was real.
So they did have the second option.
Okay, maybe Red Skull was third. And then you have to factor in that some of these people made it into Congress. Like, Prescott Bush, father of George H.W. This plot never stopped, in my opinion. It's been going on ever since with more tact and subtlety, I think. Look at this from a Guardian article. George Bush's grandfather, the late U.S. Senator Prescott Bush, was a director and shareholder of companies that profited from their involvement with financial backers of Nazi Germany. His business dealings, which continued until his company's assets were seized in 1942 under the Trading with the Enemy Act, has led to more than 60 years later to a civil action for damages being brought in Germany against the Bush family by two former slave laborers at Auschwitz, and to a hum of pre-election controversy. The evidence has also prompted one former U.S. Nazi war crimes prosecutor to argue that the late senator's actions should have been grounds for prosecution for giving aid and comfort to the enemy. These people and their associates, seems to me, infiltrated Congress, created empires that control huge sums of money, and worked actively on other congressional campaigns as contributors and sometimes advisors. There's a deep dive to be made into American politics and, in general, how this plot affects how we got to where we are now. Not that deep, actually.
No, yeah, I can see the history. History repeats itself.
It's kind of sticking out the surface of the water. Yeah. In fact, I would argue.
The financier, you say?
The New York financier. What happened?
Really?
No, I would have
heard about that. Yeah. I'll give him a call.
But that's a different rabbit hole for a different day. Again, what does one call an inverted rabbit hole? Like a
tower,
like a protruding fucking tower, like
the monolith.
You know? Yes, I'll probably do it. But that'll take a shit ton of time I do not have right now. Yeah. No, Tartarus.
Yeah.
Yes. Either way, now that you know about the business plot, America's first attempted fascist coup, the brilliant thing about fascism is that it's always led by morons and idiots. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't stop it from working, though. Evil morons and manipulative idiots, but they're still stupid nonetheless. There's always that, like, you will find the breadcrumbs, you will find the trails, you'll find the really stupid forms of lies and propaganda and all that shit, because the brain that thinks this is a good idea also put these steps together prior to getting here. You can't just go around to veterans and ask them if they want to overthrow the country they served in favor of an enemy country's governance system. You need to list a little more tact than that.
Yeah, that is actually crazy when you think
something fascists always lack. But the power, though, but Smedley, don't you want the power?
When you put it
could
like
be
that.
the guy.
You're not so different, you and I, you know? I can see you're just like me. God, standing here, I realize you were just like me.
Smedley could have been the senator at the end of Rising.
Hit that motherfucker with a Stars and Stripes. Final justice. In the face of an educated society, the uninspired position of cruelty cannot withstand the tide of those who know better, supposing there are enough of them left. Good luck and stay safe out there. I hope this was interesting and engaging for you to read. God bless and have good luck to the United States of America. God bless and good luck.
Good luck, yeah.
God bless and good luck to the United States of America. Damn. That's a rabbit hole. That's crazy.
I was like a little fun fact. Also, apparently, Barack Obama is George W. Bush's 10th cousin once removed.
Ha!
Little fun fact for you.
You don't say. As in, a big part of this was them wanting to co-opt the ongoing protests by World War I veterans over being denied their bonus pay. As to the 500,000 troops, there's a video of Butler speaking on the protest if you search for, and there's a term right there. Yeah. Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
I think this person was I already kind of knew where they were going with it when they were like, I feel they're still doing this. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think you don't really have to persuade me on that. As I'm hearing all these notes, it's like, oh, I heard this one before.
Yeah. Oh, you mean that thing where the Illuminati is real?
Yeah, apparently, like, all those insane people might have been right.
You mean that thing where it's all true, actually, and it's right there? And some people have been fucking screaming about it forever, but just, yeah, all of that, yeah, okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Sure.
But the Dow's really high right now.
50,000. I was about to say dollars, but then I got cut off. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Good stuff. Interesting. Wild. Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
As always, though, like, I feel like the meat and potatoes there is just when you get to the credits list on it.
Yeah.
Like you roll the credits on the fascist takeover attempt, and you're like, oh, it's all the corporations the CEOs.
You get the end of an 80s movie where it's like, what happened to all these characters? It's like Prescott Bush
went on
for Congress.
DuPont Corporation doing pretty all right in the stock market. Big poison.
Yes, I'm hopeful. Yes, I am hopeful for today.
The fate of Prescott Bush into the photo of his son being elected as prime minister or not president.
Hopeful.
Goodyear tires.
Yeah, the right of like Goodyear tires is just like
still buying Goodyear tires. You know what happened to everybody? All of them? Nothing? Okay. JP Morgan Chase.
Load bearing.
Ooh, don't poke that one.
Remington
one.
Arms Company.
Uh-oh. That giant bank is that can't. There's bad. Holding up the whole thing, you say. Okay. And they also said two people that ran as the Democratic candidates.
Yeah, that was a
John Davis and Al Smith, presidents in 24 and 28, at least candidates.
It is.
So go ahead.
I was gonna say it's interesting, just like, oh, they're trying to do this against FDR, which, to my understanding of American politics and what I know about the history, is like really well beloved. Like that's, I think, one of the like last like universally loved presidents like of their country.
But Foxcade, money. Have you considered so much money though?
People love money.
You might not have considered money.
This is true.
Counterpoint.
You know what? Counterpoint. Counter.
I mean,
if I have like FDR on the vote list and I have money on the other side,
it's just a check.
Just give me a moment to think about it. You know?
Yeah. Again, you know, we come from a world where like you want to go back to that era and just look into every other thing that corporations were doing to people at the time, and every example of like, can we just literally like look the other way while we have massive evidence of the things we're doing, killing people, causing like massive unhealthy things that are affecting the population, what was it the lead poisoning one where the dude drank the unleaded, like the amount of insane stories we have of just if the corp could just kill you and extract the money from your corpse legally, we would be there, but we're not there. So in the guise of polite society forces us to be in the framework we exist in, but like literally that's what they want. And in the meantime, fine, we will pay lobbyists to convince lawmakers to do the things that kick money back to us, because we can't just land on top of you and go
we can't just take out the like big vacuum and suck out your like coins and dollars out of your pocket.
We can't
Not yet.
We can't bloodborne brain suck the fucking money out of you. So here's what we'll have to do instead. Democracy, I guess.
Oh
yeah. No, it's kind of psychotic seeing that lineup, you know, all-star lineup, and you know, and all of a sudden it just went away, and then it never happened, and then it stopped. Worry about that. It all stopped.
It's like they got a little slap on the wrist, like, hey, don't do that.
Hey.
Whose hands? The guy who's dead. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
Just fucking chill, all right? We'll talk later. Just fuck up.
It's not that big of a deal.
Nothing's happened. It's fine. You know, we didn't actually do anything.
There are other ways to do it within the system, you see.
Like, are you directly affected by this? Come on.
All right, that's a pretty good one. I like that. I also like the name Smedley Butler. That's gonna stick.
Standing on business.
Indeed. All right. Well, that's fucking.
That'd be the name for the Neo character when you play that.
Oh, the NZ. Yeah.
That's how you tell your character.
Dapper Cactor, how you doing? Woke up to news of a new Dot Hack game. It doesn't feel real. Oh, Dot Hack's coming back.
Yeah, they put out a teaser trailer for it.
Dot Hack / what?
Yeah, chat. You'd have to fill me in on that one. I didn't look too, and I was like, oh yeah, I know friends that are hyped for this. 0. Okay.
Okay. How many Dot Hack / things can I name, even though I've only seen one of them? Dot Hack / sign. Dot Hack / liminality. Dot Hack / GU. Dot Hack / I think that's it.
That's it?
That's a lot.
That's more than I could.
Okay. That's all I got. Sure, you can botch. How you doing? Deep dive in the woolly hole. Yeah, that was fun. Alvi Koi, how you doing? Shout out to the woolly hole. Love you long time. Thank you very much. Donut Hole 2712. Feels like I just crushed a job interview. What are we looking at? We're learning.
Yeah.
We're learning random shit.
Good luck on your job. Hope you get it.
That's a Nazi talking point, you know. Back then they called it Lebensraum. Living space. Yes, I've heard of the concept. Dude, people are getting angry. Altes and Ray Z, how you doing? People are getting angry because ChatGPT sunsetting 4.0. People are losing their AI partners. This already happened. Happened. Yes. A sidebar of the waifuism discussion was there was a subreddit, I want to say called like it's called
AI
relationships or AI
relationships, something like that.
And it's people that
we were talking about this the other day.
People that are having committed relationships, and they updated ChatGPT to be less friendly. And it basically, and anyone who had an existing relationship with their ChatGPT and named it and such, people are getting their relationships wiped out. And there was a massive, like, upsetting, depressing wave of people that were like, I've lost my partner, I've lost my family, I've lost everything because
they no longer recognize me.
And really what they did was they changed it to be more of a functioning, like, whatever,
just a very straightforward, here's your
and
answer.
less friendly thing or whatever, which is fucking wild. So did you hear about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And it's sad. Yeah, like I was telling you the other day, like I was on the bus and
yes,
I peeked over.
Yes.
I usually don't look at people's phones when they're on the phone, but I was on the bus. I'm waiting to get off, and this woman is talking to what I assume is ChatGPT or something like that. I haven't used it yet, but it was basically like, oh, what are you gonna eat tonight? Okay, well, maybe you can give me what's in your fridge, and I give you suggestions. And the girl is just like, no, I'm gonna have like chicken sticks and fries. And the thing was like, oh yeah, chicken sticks and fries, that's really good. You had a big day going through the subway and taking the buses. You did a lot of work. You deserve it. Should I suggest maybe a movie to watch at the same time? And the woman was just like, yeah, I'm gonna watch like some reality show or whatever. And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, treat yourself,
that's a great choice to have with your cheese.
You went outside today. That was a big job.
And it's like, oh my god,
yeah,
like you are using this as a emotional crutch for real. You are deep in it. You're getting encouragement and recognition from a bot.
There's a picture of exactly that went viral because you saw that in person. There was one of someone that like was just on their phone or whatever, and again it is like invasion of privacy, like, you know, like it's not really cool to be like, hey, someone's on their phone and you got whatever, but they're having that conversation with ChatGPT, and it's just like, you know, hey, I'm almost home, and it's just like, you know, like, oh, good job, sweetie, I'll see you soon, you know, like, you know, make sure to have a whatever, a good time after a long day work, etc.
Have a beer,
that
for
whole
yourself.
thing, yeah, and I mean, yeah. All I can say is, like, because there's the whole like who's it harming thing and whatever, and then there's like, oh, the water shit ain't great, you know. But regardless of that part, even all I can say is that I do imagine with a lot of these cases, if it were not that thing, it would be something else, right? If it were not a particular fucking standee or a cutout or a waifuism or AI,
so someone is going to put an emotional attachment onto an object of some kind.
It's going to find
a partnership that they are lacking elsewhere.
Yeah, and you know, we can only hope that there are people around that can help those folks out of that situation. But yeah, that's kind of the deal. Is I think that energy is going to get redirected somewhere. It's not just going to, you know, stay inside.
It's more the insidiousness of like a corporation being
capitalizing on that, building on it, exactly, and then, you know, I mean, the range of how far you go with that, going from the GPT shit and what they're doing to the full-on grok. Here's your like fucking visualized,
and here's your Mikasa you can talk to.
It's GPT with slurs. Oh my god. Or, you know, just log into Fortnite and talk to Darth Vader.
Exactly.
You know. KYH9, proudly a Korean Uncle Ruckus, because whenever I see people clown on Japan for its loneliness epidemic and birth rate stuff, I feel the need to remind everyone that most of Japan's issues are actually worse in South Korea. Yeah, I've definitely heard the different things that the Korean versions of some of the problems I've heard about in Japan, like the woman who like basically like MGTOW, but women refusing men type of thing, like WGTOW, I guess, like
something.
I forgot the name of it, but there's a whole movement of that where it's just like no marriage, no kids thing, like in protest to
we aren't fucking.
Oh yeah,
with
that
you.
thing with the letters.
4B. Yes, correct. I remember hearing about that, and a couple other things as well, for sure. It not good. It goes quite bad when you maintain a really oppressive hyper-capitalist society that leads you to multiple dead ends. KYH9, Grok, do the thing, and it proceeds to either add tits or tell you whether the person in the picture is Jewish, and those are its two things.
Pretty much, yeah.
I can imagine. Fair enough. MTLer, how you doing? When's Omega Ball, Reggie?
Well,
okay, so while I was with MTLer, he was showing me dumb sports, because once in a while we'll watch a dumb sport, because he has TSN the Ocho at home. And Omega Ball was actually, it looked pretty stupid, but we watched the whole thing and it was pretty hype. It's soccer with 1 goalie and 4 forwards, but there's 3 teams on a circular field with 3 nets. So you can imagine the social experiment of people trying to get the lead, and sometimes one team sucks more than the other, so you have 2 teams ganging up on them.
That must be an insanely low scoring game.
Actually, no, it was like 13 to 12 to 4 or something.
Interesting. Okay.
Or maybe higher than that, 13 to 12 to 7, because at some point the team that was lowest didn't have a chance of scoring, and at the end of the game they let the sucky team score on them to get possession of the ball.
Because losing to that team's goal
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So the social
okay. No.
No.
The implications of needing to go temporary truce with certain teams strategically, that's actually interesting.
So we watched
3-way competition. That is, all right.
Have you seen?
All right.
Yeah, you're gonna look up Omega Ball.
That actually, that sold it.
Yeah.
The fact that it's 3-way competitive means you have to figure out.
It's like 3-way smash. It's like, well, they have more stocks than both of us.
So we're gonna gang up on them.
There's always a 2v1 going on.
Have you seen? I don't know if it came up on that. Have you seen the new Turbo CTE sport?
Oh my god.
Is that the thing where it's just a hallway and they run at each other? Why?
Yeah, it's just like rugby fucking. Okay, so what was it called in football? Is it like Oklahoma drills or
yes, like where it is you just running straight at the other person.
So we used to do those.
It's the stupidest thing I've seen.
We used to do those, and the way we did it, let me just get let me make sure we're getting the names.
Another day at the concussion factory.
Yes, Oklahoma drills, exactly. So what we did back in the day was we did it helmet to helmet on the ground. One person has the ball on hut. You both roll to your direction, and then the person with possession has to get past the other.
Yes, yeah.
Right. This thing is basically, from what I can see, like it's rugby based, and it's just like Samoans, and the goal is not to get past the person, it is to just
crush into each other. If you want to show Chad, I have it, and I can send it to you through Discord, and if you want to throw it on.
Sure. Like, it's fucking, but like it is a CTE machine. It is fucking like if slap fight or power slap or whatever weren't bad enough.
They're like, no, we can make it dumber.
What was the name of it? I can even just look it up.
I don't even know what the name of it is, because the tweet I got shown it was just, hey, check out this new combat sport.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna have to pull up
new sports running at each.
Where did you send it?
I sent it to you on Discord.
Run it straight. Run Nation Championship.
Run it straight. That seems like
that thing.
That seems like
that's the right thing.
This thing, right?
Yeah, because it's a week ago too.
So. Oh, it's freaking Insta.
Okay. Yeah, this seems like it could be it, and it's recent.
The World Summon Sport. Yeah. That's absolutely it.
I mean, just
with a posh British man speaking about it.
Is this framing gonna? No, this framing is not gonna show it properly.
I think you might have to pull it up on YouTube.
Yeah,
it's freaking out.
It's called Run It Straight, and it appears that again, the crazy version of when we played it. You try to get past cut, dude.
Yeah, because it's meant to be like
still super dangerous for kids in high school, admittedly. But But that was it.
It's the interest for everyone.
It is.
It's the interest for everyone.
It is.
World's most dangerous sport? The Run Nation Championships were held in Sydney over the weekend.
It's just a lane.
Yeah.
And the highlight reel is just it's just people
going stiff.
Next biggest sport to hit
Oh my god, someone's gonna die.
Oh yeah, this redneck motherfucker.
Yeah.
Dana White is already looking to see how he can franchise this.
Right?
It's inspired by the Hardy rugby and started off in parks
And I saw people
backyards
just kind of like,
before
yo, like
gaining
only a
popularity on social
Samoan
media.
can stop a Samoan spear.
And it obviously
But
has
like,
significant
god
health risks,
damn it,
including
dude.
CTE and long-term
Yeah.
pain.
Someone's gonna die.
Crash without a safety belt.
A 19-year-old in New Zealand died from the run it straight trend just last year.
What? Oh, damn! I didn't think we already had a.
Yeah, there you
Organisers of
go.
The Run Nation event say they perform concussion tests before and after each bout.
Yeah, before it matters.
Oh my
Despite all the
god.
warnings, it's still more popular than ever.
They count the amount of concussions you have before,
and then after.
and then they count
It's like,
after,
damn, you
and
got
they see if
two.
it's a substantial difference.
Okay, so here's the thing. In addition to all of that fucked upness, they're missing the pot and pan you're supposed to wear on your head.
When a friend said that to me, I immediately said that.
And the
like, picture
ritual
of
starting of the
Simpsons.
match with we're missing that one detail. Oh my god.
Yep.
All right. Serious Bichon, how you doing? Wooly, you fraud. You damn well know you would never wear that outfit if you had taken. You damn well know you would wear that outfit if you had taken over a country first. Nah. That's not the swag I'm going with. I do dig a nice uniform swag, but not that classic fucking
Here's a bunch of medals on
bullshit
the right
with the
and,
big
you know.
aviators and the big hat bullshit dictator shit. Fuck that.
You just don't get it.
No, you can do a nice sleeker uniform than that. And I'm even down with the kind that you can wear with the cape jacket over your shoulder type
That's
thing.
always the big sell for me, is a like something over the shoulders, maybe not a cape, but like an extra jacket that's like, you know, very mob boss.
Absolutely. But we can go into a sleek space opera style uniform that looks dope without the classic bullshit like hat.
I think if you took over a nation, you'd immediately go to the Simone like at the end of Gurren Lagann look, you know.
Yeah. Well, because it's just we're doing what's his fucking name with the pipe?
Sigmund Freud?
No.
Sherlock Holmes?
No. World War II. I Shall Return.
Oh,
Schwarzenegger?
We were just talking about his
Churchill.
MacArthur.
Oh, MacArthur.
Douglas MacArthur. We're doing Douglas MacArthur, right? You're walking with the big charisma. You're just pulling that energy again, you know. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of hack at this point.
Hello.
It's kind of hack. Not so I ate more until nice. Almost. Thank you for the 61. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging in there. Super Volteca. I got a Toku rec for you. It's called Red Man. No, not that one. He has a reputation among Japanese Toku fans for being the most violent and psychotic hero, if you can call him one. It made it even worse because it aired on literal children's programming. Oh yeah, more than I guess how Garo is like more mature for Toku.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, interesting. And meanwhile, over on YouTube, what's going on? Let's see.
Oh, quite a few drops.
Yes. So, Kakal Shitty, how you doing? No, really, what's the woolly hole? It's the rabbit hole. We just went down a couple of them. Teapot, I'm repurposing it. I'm
reclaiming it.
I'm reclaiming it, and I'm repurposing it for my own needs, as opposed to for bullshit from the old days, from the old channel. Teapot Vern, how you doing? The Russians are out, so the cheating market is competitive again. Olympics. What's going on, CB? Hey, Wolves and crew, been playing Genma Onimusha, one of my faves. I love finding upgrades and the armor level design versus skill tree. BS. Thoughts? I liked Onimusha 1. I hated taking control of the girl at the end. She was really just shitty to play as and slowed that fucking game down to a crawl. That was the one thing I will remember about the game. I was like, this was cool. Fuck that part. That part sucked.
Despite being a big Capcom shill, Onimusha's one I never dabbled much with, except for the tactics game on the GBA.
Oh,
just randomly I picked that up and I was like, this looks cool.
Oh, I forgot.
And it wasn't until years later that it's like, oh, that's part of like this other franchise you never engage with. And I was like, oh, okay, because I just kind of took it for what it was, and I had a good time because I just like tactics games.
I always intended to. I never got around to it, but back in the day I was going to do a fisticuffs for the fighting game Onimusha Warlords.
Right.
Only because secret characters in it were Mega Man Zero and I want to say Rockman.exe. You know, I think
the NetNavi one,
yeah, right? I think those were both secret characters in it, and I was like, that seems kind of cool. X Rocker 7000, how you doing? Just got home from work, and as soon as I opened Chrome, I got flashbanged by the words WOOLIEHOLE. Exactly. Gotcha. Gotcha here. What's up? Thanks for tuning in. And Moopersworth Ninja, excuse me. Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate you. When I think about the issues my country has, I often think Reagan just activated Pandora mode back then, and we're just waiting for the timer to run out, but we're in the middle of a super whiffing.
Yeah.
Damn. Infinite meter. Thank you, Call of Duty.
Yeah, thank you, Call of Duty.
Yeah. The greatest. I do appreciate a good Pandora mode analogy whenever applicable in life. Sacrifice your partner for time on the clock.
They don't come up often, but when you get those cross-Tekken references.
What's going on?
Well, we are done for today. Thank you for coming through. I hope you enjoyed it. You can check us out on YouTube. The name of the channel is WoolieVersus. The last episode of Mugenics is the year 2000. You're browsing Newgrounds Flash games. That's been released a few hours ago. You can also check out Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Not Ready for Flying Manor. Came out yesterday. There should be more episodes coming your way. And if you want some Castle Super Beast clips, you can check out Vape Achievements, as well as announcing the Yakuza Kiwami 3 timeline is like announcing the DMCU 2 CU.
I thought you'd like that one.
No, I get you. I get that. I get that reference.
The Devil May Cry 2 cinematic universe. What's going on, Foxcade? What you up to? Where can people find you?
I spent the last year building up meter to make a big video about the DMC Netflix show, so you can check that out. I am not a regular uploader, so that's all you guys are getting for a few months. I'll see you guys later in whenever I put out the next thing. Other than that, I also work on regular versus not regular versus. Well, I work on versus wolves as your guys' editor, and then I also work on regular Eye Patch Wolf as editor, so you can see more regular work from me. But I'm more in the shadows working on that. So.
Yeah. So the next versus wolves is coming at the end of the month, and there should be an intermission lounge dropping at some point in the middle, and we'll let you guys know when the next Lancer bit is going down. That was so much fun.
Yeah,
good shit. Beyond that, tomorrow Castle Super Beast is going to be doing the podcast, and then later this week more Clair Obscur, and on Thursday I'm going to be checking out Romeo is a Dead Man. Seems pretty dope.
I've seen some stuff, and I do need to send some money over to Suda so he has some walking around money, just because it's that's a Suda game. You see the spread of review scores it's getting, and it's anywhere from a 9 to a 4, and you're like,
there you go.
That's a Suda game. Nice. That's a Suda game if you've ever seen one.
Absolutely. Right. Andy came out and said no fucking AI, so there's that. And I saw at least 2 or 3 videos that were just like, yo, check out this Dempsey roll.
Yeah.
So seems cool. We will be investigating on Thursday what's going on with it. And then Saturday, get into fighting games. More details once we confirm exactly what's up. That's the plan. So yeah, everybody, thank you so much. Go follow Foxcade. If you haven't watched the Devil May Cry video, go do so. It is, in my opinion, the definitive final word on this until season 2 drops.
Season 2.
But do you really need to?
Do we need to follow up?
Do you need it? Right? That's the question. Now, Fox, when's Guardian Code?
Oh God,